let's get into it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 6. Has anyone attempted to contact you or talk with you in any way? Okay. Very good. Cross-examination begins. Mr. Harpootlian.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So, get organized here. I'm calling you Ms. Worley. Do you have a rank?
I'm a senior criminalist.
But not lieutenant or captain or
No.
senior?
Criminalist.
And what is a criminalist? Criminalist.
I'm in the lab, basically.
I'm sorry.
I'm based in the lab, the forensic lab.
But you went out to this crime scene.
I did, yes.
Do you normally go out to crime scenes?
At that time, yes, I was a special agent.
You were what?
I was a special agent at the time that I worked this, yes.
Okay. And a special agent is, what's so special about the special agent?
That's what SLED agents are referred to as.
Okay. Beg the Court's indulgence. One moment. So, talk a little bit about what you did on this case. And I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of the testimony from our scintillating Friday afternoon together. When did you first go to the scene?
I responded as soon as I got the phone call at 10:33 p.m. I got on the road from my house within 30 minutes and arrived on scene at 12:07 a.m.
12:07 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, the Carlton County Sheriff's Department, were they supposed to process the scene?
No,
What they were supposed to do?
security.
Secure it so nobody could walk over things and no.
Yeah, exactly. He's going back to the officers trampling over tracts and not being completely careful, stepping over footprints and stuff like that. I don't know if what good that does for the defense. I mean, the officers not doing their job properly isn't. I mean, it doesn't really go to his guilt or innocence or anything like that.
Nobody could in any way disturb trace evidence, forensic evidence. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, did you determine they had done more than just secure the scene?
They had marked some evidence that they had found before we got there.
And you also found, for instance, that we've shown you videos that they actually, some of them, or at least one of them, if not two of them, walked into the feed room where Paul was killed, correct?
Someone did to place a marker 1 in this.
I'm sorry?
Someone had walked in there to place marker 1.
And matter of fact, when you did your footwear impression examination, you found that there was a bloody footprint caused by one of the officers. Isn't that right?
After we had started processing the scene, yes.
Yes, but I mean, one of the bloody
Interesting.
footprints in that feed room was not Paul, not the perpetrator. It was a police officer,
Yes.
probably a Carlton County police officer.
I don't know that for sure.
Who else could it be?
It could have been one of us from
One of
SLED.
yours?
I don't think it was mine, but it could have been from SLED. I don't know.
It could have been SLED, could have been Carlton County, could have been the coroner.
Yeah, sure.
But, I mean, and in your business, there are rules about who should be walking through crime scenes, right?
Yeah. Preferably as few people as possible. If you don't need to be in there, then you shouldn't be in there.
And when they, went around and pulled the sheet up, they were walking in an area where most likely the perpetrator had walked, correct?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, that's right outside the feed room.
Right.
And those shell casings that were near, or some of them were near, some of them were further away from Maggie's body, walking in the dark increases the probability that some trace evidence has been disturbed or destroyed.
That's probably why they went ahead and marked evidence before we got there, because they found it and went ahead and marked it so that it wouldn't be disturbed.
But couldn't they just stood back and said, there's shell casings in there, so when you got there, you would have been, maybe you would have even waited till the next morning when you had some light, right?
No, we would have started like we did as soon as we got on scene.
Okay. Well, you did some measurements,
Yes.
and those measurements are recorded on a sketch you did,
Yes.
not to scale,
Right.
and make sure. Okay, that's my stuff. Yeah, that's my stuff. Oh, okay. These are all the exhibits, state and defense? Where are the state exhibits? Okay. Okay, so let's look at maybe they didn't put them in. Let me ask. Any objections?
Mr. Harpoon, do you need more time before proceeding?
Well, I'm just trying to.
Well, do you need more time?
No, sir. I'm ready. Let me see if she can identify this. Can you tell me what that is, please?
This is my final crime scene diagram.
Okay, and you did it.
I did.
You can identify it.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer this document into evidence, please. It's her crime scene.
What number would that be for the defense?
4.
Any objection? Submitted without objection.
Okay, so can you put Worley number 1 up, please? Okay, and you can see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And that is what I just showed you, right?
Yes, sir.
And what's important to note at the outset is this is not to scale, correct?
We never do our diagrams to scale now.
Okay, but it does tell us some things.
Yes.
You found a projectile that went through the doghouse,
That's right.
and you found a projectile that went through the small animal cage.
We didn't locate that projectile, but one did go
But
through.
you had an entrance and exit wound.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
And now these yellow items over here near Maggie's body, those represent blackout ejected shells.
Yes, those are the evidence markers marking 300 blackout.
Okay, and did you take measurements of where those were compared to anything else? For instance, we see a 23.9 between this post and that post. Did you do anything like that for the projectiles?
I don't believe I did the doghouse because it was inside the bedding of the doghouse.
I'm sorry, what now?
We didn't measure the projectile that was in the dog bed.
No, I'm talking about these yellow.
Yes.
Okay. Did you measure where they were?
Yes.
And there are measurements somewhere?
I believe on the second page of
Pardon me?
the second page of my diagram should be the measurements.
Let me go to page 2. Do you have your report with you?
I do.
Do you have that page 2? I want to make sure I'm referring to the right one. Page 2 of 8, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when it says you've measured them RP1, RP2, what does that mean?
That's reference point. So this corner of the feed room was reference point 1. This column was reference point 2, and this column was reference point 3.
Okay, can you find page 2 for me, please? Show this on the Elmo in a little while.
I still don't get why they call it the Elmo.
Not yet.
That's some kind of internal joke thingy.
What I'd like to do is let me give you yours back. And ask you what I do. Here it is. Is that what we were just looking at?
Yes,
And are these your calculations?
they are.
And this is what you recorded?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
I'm sorry?
No objection.
No objection, okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer this into evidence. I think this defense, fine.
Submit it.
We'll go back and look at that again in a minute. And so, could I have roll number 1 up? Okay, so you located these shell casings, right?
Right.
You did measurements of how far the small animal cage was from a reference point.
Yes.
And how far did you? What was the reference point for the doghouse?
I'm not sure that I measured the doghouse to a reference point.
You did not measure the doghouse.
I don't think so.
Okay, so let's get a little more.
Was she supposed to?
Could you put KNW 1644 up, please? Let me show this to her. I'm sorry, I'm getting this out of whack. Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
It's the doghouse.
Well, And but did you make this, or was this done under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
No objection.
Number 6.
Submit it.
Now, hold on 1 second. So to give the jury some sense of, and your sketch, I'm not saying your sketch is bad, it's not scaled up, and to give them some idea of the layout, this is the doghouse,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's right.
This is the, what you call the small animal cage right here,
Right.
and that's off the ground,
It has legs, yes.
legs, right? The doghouse has got like a couple of 2x4s under it, so it's not laying directly on the ground, correct?
Yeah, I think that's right.
And then, if we look over to the right, that would be the door to the feed room where Paul was shot and killed,
That's right.
right?
Yes.
So we're all singing from the same sheet of music here. There's the small animal, I'm calling it quail, but it's not. Is it quail? Quail. They apparently kept quail in there. And then there's the doghouse, and then there's the door to the feed room. Did you do any measurements, or can you give us any? If you're standing at the quail pen right over here, and you're looking at a 90-degree angle, that is out in front of you. Is that? Am I right on that 90 degrees?
Okay.
Are you looking at the door to the feed room, or is it to the right or to the left? Well, let me ask you this. Did you take any measurements?
Not directly from the cage to the door, no.
Can you tell me what is it, a 10 degree this way, 10 degree that way?
I mean, I'd have to look at the photographs. If any of the photographs show from the door to that animal cage or the animal cage to the door, let's see if it was at an angle or not, but
But you didn't take any measurements when you were on, when were you on the scene doing these measurements?
my initial measurements were the night of the incident.
What's
and
going
then,
on with their audio?
That picture was taken July 16th when we went back to take additional measurements.
And it was after July 16th you generated the sketch we saw a moment ago.
No, I think I did this before we went back to the scene on the 16th.
So nothing changed in your sketch.
No,
And to your knowledge, you never took any sort of directional examination of the reference points, for instance, the dog pen and the door to the feed room, or from the quail cage to the door of the feed room, correct?
that's right.
Okay, now, do you know what, hold on 1 second. Do we have Pharaoh? Do we have Pharaoh? No? Yes. Yes, okay. What's Pharaoh? Tell the jury what Pharaoh is.
The Pharaoh is a 3D laser scanner that we use to document the scenes.
Okay,
Takes
did you use a Pharaoh scanner on this scene?
On the July 16th we did. We couldn't the night of the incident because it was raining.
So tell us how one scans for a Pharaoh, and by the way, is the end result of that Pharaoh process a three-dimensional view of the scene?
Yes, that's right.
And so that you
Interesting.
can manipulate it, turn it, examine it in any direction you want, correct?
Yes.
Interesting.
And you had that done in this case.
Yes.
I did not hear the Attorney General ask you about it in your direct. Was it brought here to the courtroom?
I believe it's here, yes.
It's here. Okay. Well, I have a copy of what you furnished to us. Any objection to this coming into evidence?
No objection.
All right. Could you play that for me? Wait 1 second. does Faro stand for something, or is it a brand name like Coca-Cola?
That's
or
interesting.
Xerox, or...
It's a brand name. I think it does stand for something. I'm not sure what. We just always call
But
it
it's a
Faro.
brand. When somebody says Faro, it's not, there's a specific commercial product called Faro that law enforcement uses, and other folks use too, right?
Yes.
Okay, how about play that for me, and I may stop it from time to time.
That's some interesting tech.
All right, I believe a juror raised his hand, Your Honor.
For that box to be moved to another location so I can see the.
Yeah, I thought we... Apologize. Okay, start it and then stop it. Go ahead. Now stop it briefly. Is this a drone video
No, it's created by the Faro software.
created by Faro software? Okay,
Right.
go ahead.
How did they capture it, I wonder? Unless they talked about it and I missed it.
Stop it again. That would be, right down here, that would be the dog, house, right?
Right.
Okay, keep going. Okay, stop right there. Now, we're seeing the inside of, what is this room called?
I refer to it as a workshop.
Work, okay. And the bullet that went into the quail cage, went through the quail cage and came out this wall, right?
That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
Why can't we even get to see the 3D
Again,
model
stop
of the
one
crime
second.
scene?
Make sure I look this straight on. And the quality of this isn't very good. Why is that?
I'm not really sure.
But I mean, isn't there a final product you get from this?
I'm not sure if there's something more final than I don't do the rendering of the software, so I'm not sure if there's
Okay.
something more than that.
Keep going. Okay, stop. That's the quail cage right over here, correct?
That's right.
Right here. Okay, go ahead. That would be the doghouse.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. Stop it, please. Now, the bullet hole into the doghouse is on the side facing this greenery, or is it on this side over here?
It's on the other side.
On the other side. So there's a bullet hole that comes in here on this side.
Right. The kennel side, yes.
What now?
The side that the kennels are on.
It's really frustrating
Yeah, the
that I have
camera
no
is
idea what they're talking about
Yeah, but it's
because
on that.
I don't
If
get
you're
to
looking
see
at
what
the
they
front of the
see.
doghouse.
Okay, right. So it's coming in here,
Yes.
and where's it exiting?
It goes into the doghouse and there was a dog bed in the doghouse. It goes in there.
Okay, keep going. Now, stop right there. Go back just a little bit. Okay, go ahead. So as we watch it come around, you would agree with me that the doghouse is not perpendicular to, stop it, to the door to the feed room, correct?
Right.
Okay, keep going. And that would be, stop it, that would be the feed room right here, correct?
Yes. That's right.
And these are the dog kennels up here.
Right.
Okay, keep going. And so you can see, that's like a chicken coop right there?
I believe so.
Okay, keep going. that's looking at a structure that's back probably 150, 200 feet away from the kennels, right?
Yes,
It's got farm equipment in it.
yes.
Okay, that's it. So we have, and you could take this and convert it into, well, let me ask you this. Do you know how they do this?
On scene, we take scans with the scanner. Anything the laser touches, it records. Beyond that,
Well, there's a laser touch, and then isn't there a camera that goes 360 degrees this way and 360 degrees this way, and the laser and the camera sync up, and you do
Okay.
a number of them,
yes,
maybe 100 or so, and
Not-
then it knits it together
that's right.
to get this.
Yes,
But you agree with me that you could do a much more focused look. This obviously has not been converted totally to 3D, has it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who ordered this? Who said we need this?
I'm not really sure. I was told to go to the scene and additional documentation, and that's what we did. So I'm not sure.
So, I mean, if I told you your chain of custody on this indicates it was, y'all received it sometime in July or August of last year, and it's been in the custody of SWED since early January, probably 3 weeks ago. Is that correct?
So is he trying to imply that there's evidence that wasn't provided to the defense despite it being exculpatory in a way or something? That's where he's going with this?
I'm not sure when it was made, but
But it wasn't turned over or pulled out of the evidence locker until 3 weeks ago, correct?
I'm really
Okay.
not sure.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting. So it's like
Now,
expected.
let me ask you to look at
So the prosecution are sitting on evidence and not providing it for the defense. Instead, they're pulling it out as like surprise gotcha evidence on trial, which is not only unprofessional, but you would expect that kind of behavior from defense attorneys trying to do desperate measures to save their client from a life in prison, not from agents of the state whose job it is to prove somebody's guilt. And I'll be right back in a second.
that report of the sketches, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me do this first. photos and see if you can identify them.
Yes.
Okay. What are they?
Those are photographs that we took when we returned on July 16th.
And these are specifically photographs of the doghouse.
Yes.
And I'll get to these in just a minute. So this would be 7.
8.
This would be 8, 9, and 10. Make sure I don't put duplicates in. Let me also show you this photograph and see if you can identify it.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture when we were trying to determine the angle of that defect in the doghouse.
The defect would be the bullet hole.
Yes, sir.
Not gonna lie, this is pretty boring so far without getting to see what he's talking about.
11, without objection. 11? Right? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh, already? Okay. Do they need to discuss something?
Do y'all want to introduce any exhibits without objections?
I think all except one of the, no objection.
No objections, Your Honor.
What are the exhibit numbers?
So Your Honor, give us 1 minute, she's still marking.
Thank you.
Sixteen, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Objection.
You took measurements, for instance, let me show you the picture I want to show you to begin with, which is of the quail cage. Well, let me first of all show you exhibit number 20, which is Worley, page 7, if you could put that up on the screen. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's one of the diagrams that I created,
And what's it a diagram of?
that quail cage.
Okay. Now, you did that sketch, and that sketch shows, so it says, defect interior side of cage, defect interior side wall of cage, and defect interior back wall of cage, right?
Right.
So you have an entrance and an exit hole, correct?
That's right.
Now, what did you do to try to determine the trajectory on that? Where did it come from?
We placed a flight path rod through defect J all the way through to where it went through the back wall of the cage.
Okay, and let me see. I know I have a picture of that here somewhere. Is that a picture of that rod?
It's one of the many pictures, yes.
No, but I mean, does that
It's-
picture accurately depict the rod you put through, but from the exterior to the interior?
Yes.
Okay. How about put that up, please? It would be 2019. Yes. And so you're telling the jury that this is a rod that you ran from from the entrance hole to the exit hole, and what are you doing right here?
That's where we're determining the angle.
Upward or downward angle?
That's right.
Okay, now let's talk about how you determined the angle of front to back. I don't know what you call that scientifically. I mean, did you determine the angle of that rod as to the exterior wall of that?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the exhibit we saw a moment ago, the entrance wound would have been on the, how about go back to Worley, page 7. The entrance would have been on this side, correct?
Yes.
Now, the feed room, you would agree with me, is not on that side of the quail cage, correct?
That's right.
Matter of fact, this side faces the feed room, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, did you determine, and I can walk through all the technical things you did, but did you ultimately determine the angle, you can check your notes, the angle of the entrance hole over here to that side? That is, is that horizontal? Am I talking horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, the horizontal entrance and exit wound, if you put that rod through it, what did it tell you about the angle as opposed to that flat area?
We determined it was approximately 41 degrees.
41 degrees, and if I'm standing at that edge, is it 41 degrees to my right or my left?
I believe to the right. I'm not sure, though.
Can you look and see?
I don't have that in my notes.
Okay, let me show you a picture. It's worth 1,000 words. Just help refresh your memory.
Yes.
And so, could you put KNWL 2019 up, please? Okay, and what you did was, correct me if I'm wrong, you put that rod through, and then you put a protractor up against it, and then the protractor told you it was 41 degrees from flat or I don't know.
From the where the bullet went in the wall, from that flat edge to where the angle is was 41 degrees.
Okay, and let me show you KNWL 2007. Ask you a question, see if it comes up. You know, strike that, I don't need it. Well, that's it. But that depicts that rod you put from the exterior through the interior, right?
That's right.
And so as that rod sticks out, it would be the path of the bullet.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, okay. And it's 41 degrees from neutral.
Yes.
I mean, if this were the wall of the wall the bullet went into, it would be 41 degrees would be over here.
I think I'm gonna start skipping
Right.
all of these technical
So,
stuff that we
that
have no way
side-
to actually see how it affects what we know.
To determine that angle, right?
That's right.
And basically you just take the rod and then you put this up to it and then figure out what the angle is, right?
You line up the middle of the protractor on
Okay. Let's go to page 6 of 8 of her report.
it's defect I, yes.
Okay. And what was the dog, this side of the doghouse would be the side facing the kennels?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the angle, entrance angle?
80.
What,
Yes.
But not square with the dog pens, a little bit further.
I can guarantee that all jury members are now half asleep because they don't give a crap about, oh, it was an 82-degree angle? Oh, that's interesting. That is not happening, right? So all of this is kind of very dry stuff that they might use later to build an argument, but so far the jury is dead.
Further to, if you're standing in the feed room, if you're looking at the dog house, it would be a little bit to your left, correct?
That's right.
And then this trajectory into the doghouse is 84 degrees, which means it's coming, if that's the feed room, it's coming from even further over here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me have you do this for me. If I had a sketch, your sketch of the doghouse and the quail cage, you could take that protractor right there and basically show the line out, correct?
From the quail cage to the doghouse?
No, from the quail cage, the trajectory, if I put down that protractor on the side where the bullet went in, that's pretty easy to identify in your sketch.
Right.
And went to, what was the first one, how many degrees? I'm sorry, I can't remember it either.
Yeah, nobody can remember and nobody cares, honestly.
41 degrees. 41 degrees.
41 degrees on your sketch. You could follow the trajectory of that bullet out, correct?
Yes.
Do the same thing on the doghouse.
Right.
Okay. Wait 1 second.
Okay, do we finally get to know where the shots came from? Or is it just very speculative?
Okay. So, how about show that real quick? How about do me a favor and keep track of what the different angles are? Because I'll never remember when you get down here.
Dude, then don't bring it up. I mean,
So-
you're the lawyer.
If you'd step down, please. If you, does protractor work for you? It's got a little thing that allows you to. Okay. If you take it and let's go from the quail. Check out the degrees. Did that go?
And we don't get to see any of this.
Okay, and could you take that line out for me, please?
Oh,
Is there a way for you to
God.
draw that? This is a pretty fine point Sharpie. Okay, I'm going to hold this down if you'll draw that line for me, please. Okay, and let's go to the dog house. What was the degrees on that?
84?
Okay, 84 degrees.
Come on.
Okay, and how about draw a line for that for me, please, from the side of the doghouse? That's okay. And I can get perfect. Okay, now I'll take that easel now. Okay, if you just step over there for a second. Oh. Just put that up there. Now, is that steady? Yeah. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you look at the photographs and you look at, well, you look at this, the feed room door is approximately right here, correct?
That's right.
Would you circle that with a red circle for me, please? Okay. And the trajectory on both these shots, so let's take the small animal cage. Did that come from anywhere near the feed room?
Doesn't appear to have, no.
It would have been up, if you follow that out. Are you familiar with where that grapevine was? If you're looking at the feed room all the way to the right?
Here somewhere?
Well, I think a little bit further up than that, but even maybe beyond that. One of the shots fired by that AR, blackout, was fired from somewhere way up here, correct? I mean, that's the trajectory.
Doesn't mean, I can't tell you the distance it was from the animal cage to wherever. I can't tell you where the shooter was within that line.
But that line is way away from the right?
Right.
And this one, while it's closer, it's still many feet away from the feed door.
Yes.
So as you saw this area right here that night, you assumed, I think not assumed, but everyone sort of concluded that it was a relatively close shot into the feed room that killed Paul, correct? 2 shots.
It had to be close because his brains blew out.
Now the AR, at least this line would indicate the AR was some distance away from the feed room when those 2 shots were fired, correct? Okay. Now you recovered these projectiles. Were they tested for blood or tissue so that you could determine whether they passed through Maggie or just?
Oh, okay.
misses?
I submitted it to the lab.
You don't know whether they tested them or not. If I told you they didn't test them, would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. Now, does this lead you to believe, and you're someone that processes crime scenes, I mean, if this had been sketched out the night of the I mean, you didn't take these measurements till a month later.
I took these measurements on scene the night of.
Oh, so you had these measurements.
Right.
But did you know the degrees?
No, that I didn't know.
Until July 12th. But on July 12th, did anyone go back out and walk this line to see if maybe there's shell casings way up here? No one looked up there, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and no one did a topographical study to indicate, if you follow these lines back, whether wherever a shooter could have been were higher or lower than the doghouse or the small animal cage, right?
Right.
But doesn't this indicate to you there were 2 shooters? There was a shooter up here and a shooter down here.
It could have been the same
Is
one
it possible?
spread over time.
Is it a possibility that there are two shooters
Yes.
based on the data you collected?
It just indicated there was movement to me.
There were two weapons used.
From
That,
here all the way up to here?
I don't know that it went all the way up there.
But is it, I'm not telling you, I mean, one explanation would be movement, correct? One explanation would be two shooters.
now, here's an interesting thing, though. He doesn't have to prove exactly what happened. He just has to leave the jury with a reasonable chain of events that would be consistent with his client not being guilty. Not even innocent, but just not being guilty. And if he finds even one of those, the jury have to err on the side of reasonable doubt that he's guilty, and therefore he's not guilty.
I'm sorry? Yes?
I wasn't there when it happened.
No. But one explanation of this data would be two shooters. One explanation, not the
Yeah,
one.
it's a possibility
Yeah,
that there are
it
two
is a
shooters.
reasonable explanation, just like one shooter running up that way, correct?
Sure.
So one of the reasonable explanations is there are two people there, there are two guns there, one's a shotgun, one's an AR, and we now see that AR is being shot from way up here, correct?
No, she didn't agree to that.
It's somewhere along that line.
And that line goes a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen yards from the feed room.
Yeah, but you're
If you
repeating
follow
that,
straight
but
up.
all you know is the degrees. You don't know the distance.
Could someone have been a lookout there? They went there to kill Paul, and that's the lookout? Maggie surprised him?
It is
They thought he was
possible.
gone?
It is possible.
Reasonable though, right? Right?
I wasn't there.
I know you weren't there, but not.
He's trying to get her to say it's reasonable, because then there's a possible scenario in which his client had nothing to do with it, because it could have been two shooters. So if they try to pin him as the only shooter or something like that, or if there's some kind of inconsistency with the evidence, now he has another entirely different possibility as to what could have happened, and that gives him a lot more leeway.
None of us were there. We're trying to figure out what happened that night. And clearly, one reasonable explanation is two shooters. One explanation.
What?
Right. And a number of them. I'd like to offer this into evidence. Yeah, it's not to scale. Be prepared.
Talk to the court. I'm Victor.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm offering this into evidence.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead and take a stand. Uh, 80-something degrees, right?
84
84.
degrees.
It's not 90-something degrees?
I had 84.
Come on, dude. You said yourself you can't remember. It's hard to remember. But at this point, you said 84 so many times.
Beg your pardon.
41 degrees. 41 degrees for one of the bullets, 84 for the other one. Even me with my terrible memory, it's been like drilled into my head at this point.
Okay, let me show you defense exhibits 19 and 22. Are these the actual protractor measurements you did that?
Of the animal cage.
Okay, both of them are of the animal cage?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do the same measurements on the doghouse.
Yes.
What does that indicate?
You mean, what is this?
No, what is the angle based on that?
Can't really. $80-something.
Okay. You have in your notes, let me see what you have in your notes, you recorded it.
Is this a good use of the time that the defense has?
And that's, where's your full report?
This is all the notes.
Yeah, I'm looking for the sketch though. Okay, where's the doghouse? What does the horizontal 96 degrees mean?
Not sure why that says 96.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure why it says 96 if I had 84.
In your crime scene notes?
That's right.
But you wrote down, your official report said 96
Dude,
degrees.
come
My
on.
notes said 84 degrees.
Well, did you just,
Oh, come on, dude.
notes were taken at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
I'm gonna skip some more. This is
Incorrect.
getting pretty boring.
Thereabouts.
I'm sorry?
Thereabouts, yes.
Thereabouts?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to look for some concise, you're a criminalist. You would agree with me that they did not come from the feed room, or
Right.
the vicinity of the feed room, and they're literally yards away from the feed room, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to beat that horse.
Yeah, you've done that already. Damn, the horse is already a mangled heap of blood and flesh at this point, not even recognizable as a horse.
So let's talk a little bit about footprints, okay?
Okay.
So I noticed in your report, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were unable to identify, either exclude or include, a number of different footprints in and around the feed room, bloody footprints, and other footprints, because of the quality of the photography. Is that correct?
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes.
I'm sorry.
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes, though.
Well, we'll talk about Paul's shoes in just a minute.
Yeah, but you asked her about something related to that now.
But when you, what's the process to take a photograph of footwear or imprint that's recognized?
And preferably an L scale around the impression, and document it with the camera parallel to the surface so you get a straight on shot. Put the camera in RAW settings so you capture all the data with that photograph.
So let me ask you, so the process is, first of all, you take a general photograph of the impression, right? It's
Yes.
just doesn't matter what angle, doesn't matter what the lighting is at that point, correct?
If you're just documenting
You're
that
just
it's there.
documenting. But when you go to take a photograph of a footprint for forensic analysis later on to compare it to a known shoe, you're supposed to do a couple things. One, you're supposed to have good lighting if you can get it, right?
Preferably.
Two,
Good lighting, if you can get it. All they have to do is say, we couldn't get it. Done. This entire piece of the argument is gone. What next?
you're supposed to put a scale down next to it so that later on you can, because you need to understand how big or how small
That
the
makes
foot is
sense.
and the distance between the treads. So the scale's a little, like a little ruler, just a piece of a ruler that you put down next to it to get some idea what an inch looks like, what 2 inches look
In terms of pixels, yes.
like. And that's really important, is it not?
It is, to make sure it's to scale.
Okay. And then you're supposed to do a photograph straight down on it with good lighting, so that
If possible.
you can you understand what you're seeing is a straight on impression, correct?
That's right.
Now, was that done on any of the impressions impressions that y'all analyzed?
No, we didn't recognize on scene.
I'm sorry?
We didn't recognize on scene that there was footwear.
You didn't recognize on scene there was what?
Footwear and
Well, since you've said that you'll talk about Paul's shoes later, then as far as she's concerned, yeah, there are no shoes of interest at the moment.
impressions in the room.
Well, that brings up another topic. There was what appeared to may have been a footwear impression on Maggie's calf, correct?
I couldn't say that that was a footwear impression, just an impression.
It's just a smear of mud.
Well, there was something on her leg that could have been a footwear impression, correct?
Possibly.
Possibly. And again, they didn't put a scale, they didn't do any of this procedure, correct?
That's right.
And it was in dirt,
Yes.
or mud, one. And so once her body was removed from the scene, that examination could never be done, correct?
That's right.
Matter of fact, none of the impressions could be examined after the next day at best, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not buying this. All of this overemphasis on tracks that might have been there. No evidence from the defense that there were tracks that were destroyed, except like that there was one bloody footprint that belonged to an officer. But there's no evidence that been destroyed so far that they could prove, so it's all hypothetical, and it's all hypothetical specifically about footprints and track prints. And tire prints, that is. Okay, but what if the killer didn't leave any footprints or anything like that? What if, I don't know, like, who the hell knows what happened? It's not like there's footprints that have been destroyed. It's a lack of footprint evidence in general, and he's claiming that it might be because they have been destroyed.
Not physically.
Right. I mean, we couldn't go back out and take new photographs.
Right.
So the procedures followed were not the procedures recommended by every agency and in your agency, correct?
If I had realized that was footwear on scene, I would have documented it properly, yes.
Okay. But since it wasn't documented properly, we can't include or exclude, except for Paul's, correct?
That's right.
Now, are you a certified footwear examiner?
Yes.
By who?
Well, within SLED, yes.
I'm sorry?
Within SLED.
Within SLED, but you not peer-reviewed or...
Oh, yes, I am peer-reviewed.
By somebody at SLED?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a stupid question. Don't ask questions to which you don't know the answer, and you should have known if she is or isn't, or is not qualified in what you're asking her, because you asked that question. You didn't ask her, are you qualified in something like that? You basically said, you basically implied that she's not, and then she could contradict you in saying, well, yes, I am. So now you're stuck, because now you had a whole line of questions based on her ignorance of the nuances of footwear examination, but now all of a sudden she's an expert, so what are you going to do?
And your analysis is that one set of those footwear impressions is Paul facing the back of the feed room, right?
Right.
And yet we know, and they're bloody, so he's already been shot.
Right.
And we know the initial shot came buckshot, very small pattern, in his chest, and came out underneath his left arm. Matter of fact, there was wadding under his left arm, and buckshot went through the back window and embedded in the windowsill. You documented that, right?
Right.
And then I think some of it embedded in a tree back behind that window, correct?
I think, yes.
And he's facing backwards, bloody footprints. Has anyone discussed with you how he got faced away from where he was shot?
I don't know if that's her job.
No?
Were the footprints smudged as if he was turning?
And there was blood dripping. He was stepping in the blood and leaving his own footwear impressions in the blood. I don't know that it was smeared necessarily.
All these implications and trying to say, what if this happened? What if that happened? Neither the defense nor the prosecution should be doing this.
We also know that a second shot, literally, his head exploded, his brain flew out. We know there's hair and blood all over that door up high. There's actually hair and blood and pieces of his skull in the ceiling and around him. Assuming the first shot would not have been immediately fatal because it didn't hit any critical
Vital
organs,
spots.
he would have been alive for some period of time after that shotgun blast to the chest. But the second shot, as you've seen in the pictures, and you were there that night, wasn't his brain laying at his feet?
It was beside his left leg, yes.
I'm sorry?
It was beside his left leg, yes.
Yeah. And his feet are just, one of them is just inside the feed room and the other's not.
Yes,
And he's face down.
right.
So you can't explain how he got shot in the front when he's at some point soon thereafter is facing backwards.
I can. The first shot from the buckshot, if it didn't kill him, might have caused him to turn around, either to flee, turn away from the shooter, or to flee, or to turn towards the shooter to try to figure out in panic what's going on. And either way, the second shot would have locked him in that second position.
I can't say which way he was facing when he was actually shot.
Yeah, this is
the
stupid.
second shot, he was right there at the door. I can tell you that.
So he got from facing the back door after he was shot, the back window, to facing forward for the second shot. Is that right?
Right.
How did that happen? I don't know. He has legs.
Has
What's-
anyone from SLED briefed you on after you identified those footprints?
No,
They didn't ask for any explanation?
not for me, no.
I don't know if it's her job to provide an explanation.
And you-
It's her job to kind of collect information.
You would agree that because of the way the scene was processed, that most of the footprints you were unable to do any comparison to because of the way the pictures were?
No, I was able to do a comparison with, and they were mostly Paul's shoes.
Don't ask
Other
these
than those
stupid
two.
questions.
There was one right inside the door. There was one further to the left where the door was. Then there were at least two by marker one.
And correct me if I'm wrong, at least one of those bloody footprints initially identified as Paul's turned out to be a police officer's, isn't that correct?
It wasn't initially identified as Paul's, no.
But there was a bloody footprint near his that turned out to be law enforcement, correct?
Yes,
In the feed room,
right.
in blood. Is that preservation of the scene?
No.
That your standards?
But that's the
require?
only mistake you can
Not exactly, no.
you can call upon.
Not exactly. Should the police be walking through the scene?
No.
Yes.
Do we know what other?
I don't know. I don't know that you should have answered no. The answer could very well be yes before they're aware of what's going on. Again, you don't know automatically where you're supposed to walk and where you're not supposed to walk, because if you treat the entire 1,600-acre farm as the scene, how are you going to investigate anything if you're not allowed to step in the scene? And up until the point where you figure out and you look and you find evidence, you don't know what evidence is when you're a first responder. You just show up on the scene and you try to look for stuff. I think this is completely unreasonable on the defense side to kind of insist on this kind of stupid strategy.
Other evidence they may have destroyed?
I have no idea.
That's right, we don't.
That wasn't the gotcha
Now,
you thought it was. Just means your questions are boring and kind of stupid.
It's not one that we took.
But does it appear to be in the area you've been describing?
Close, yes. It's in the feed room.
So you don't know whose feet those are?
No.
Okay. Other foot impressions in the feed room and exclude Paul?
No.
There were other bloody footprints or impressions in the feed room. Did you identify them as Paul's?
I thought I accounted for all the ones that we knew of.
Okay.
Fair answer.
Now, make sure this is not already in evidence, Your Honor. Could we look at defense exhibit number 2, and we need to cover the screens? So you blow it up. Saw Maggie that night?
It is? Yes.
Is that the way you blow it up? Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is that the way you saw Maggie that night?
It is.
Now, how about zoom in on her calf? Right there. Yep. Now, somebody, even that night we see in notes, thinks that could be a footwear impression, or it could be something else, correct?
I couldn't determine what kind of impression it was. No.
Okay. But you would agree with me, there is something on the back of her leg that has some sort of pattern in it?
It is, yes.
Okay. Not naturally occurring pattern.
Right.
Interesting.
And this is the only photograph you received that night, or you received ever, of Maggie's calf, correct?
That's not the photo I used at all.
I'm sorry?
That's not the photograph I used at all for my footwear examination.
What photograph did you use?
Open-ended question, not always a good idea.
.420.
Speaking
Got
of
it?
420,
Okay, put that one up, and then we'll see if you can identify him. Is that 420?
Yes.
Okay. We'd like to offer photograph 420 into evidence, Your Honor.
cheers.
No objection. We just asked to see the photo before it's offered.
It's admitted.
Thank you. I don't have it. We'll get it. Do we have Holly, we got a hard copy of that? Thank you. We'll get it to you in just a minute. So, could you come down here for just a second, please? Yes. How about point to the jury where that impression is on her leg?
This whole area right here.
And it has, if you blow it up, you can see some regular lines as opposed to irregular, right?
Yes.
Which would indicate some, not natural, but when I say unnatural, man-made something caused that, correct?
There's a distinct pattern to it.
Okay. Now, why were you not able to get significant definition to compare it to a footwear?
I felt like I had enough definition. I just couldn't attribute it to any type of footwear.
Any type of footwear?
As far as any type of shoe, I wasn't able to attribute it to a specific type of shoe.
Okay, now, and you would agree with me, there's no scale.
Right.
There's no multiple pictures of this from different angles for the purpose of giving you the more definition so you can make a comparison, correct?
There's not.
So this was not done according to procedure.
I mean, I didn't know about this on scene.
Yeah, but as your photographers take pictures, aren't they, I mean, wouldn't it be good just to put down a scale? No
A
matter
lot
what?
of ifs and buts.
I've seen that.
Impressed by it. And everybody else could have given you a better ability to match it to a piece of footwear. Things recommended.
I couldn't even say it was a footwear impression.
Even if I grant him that the police did a really terrible job and messed up in every conceivable way, so what?
I just called it
Based,
an
but
impression.
based on that photograph,
Yes.
which is not a photograph done to compare footwear.
Not ideal, no.
Not ideal. It's not. There's no. The standards say that is not within the standards. Correct.
Objection, argumentative.
That's true.
Can you answer the question?
Go ahead.
What the question is?
The question is, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You could have done something else, isn't that true? Which is
the answer?
argumentative.
It would be better to take the photograph properly with the scale.
But you would concede this was not taken pursuant. What you're saying is no one appreciated the fact that it
Asked
was
and answered.
a footwear or could be a footwear impression that night, so no one treated it like a piece of footwear.
Right.
But we know that same night they didn't treat any suspected footwear according to procedures, correct?
Who cares?
No scale, no multiple pictures, no 90-degree, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take the stand.
If you're not aware that there's footprints that need to be taken care of, then you'll not take care of any footprints because you have no awareness of any. This isn't very good.
So, let me see if I can find these pictures. Did you participate in processing Alex's T-shirt, shorts, and shoes?
The T-shirt and shorts, yes.
Okay, and what did you do with that?
As far as the LCD,
Yeah.
we documented the entire process from start to finish, starting with the packaging that the shirt was in. Took
Taken
the
DNA
shirt out of the
samples.
package, photographed it front and back, inside and out, to show how it was before we did anything to it. Then we hung it up and applied the LCV, which is a liquid spray. Any stains that we saw after using the spray, we documented those with photographs without scale, and then we photoed with the scale. Then we laid the shirt flat and photographed each of those stains on the shirt. It was stains A through H on the front and stains I and J on the back. We labeled those A through H, I and J with the scale.
Wait, so his clothing was stained, it just didn't have any blood stains. That makes it even less likely that he went and washed up and washed all of his clothes and pulled out clean clothes and swapped his blood-soaking clothing with new, fresh, and clean clothing. His clothing wasn't clean. His clothing, at least based on the fact that they had stains on them, that the clothing at least appears to have been worn for some time.
And photographed each one of them before we did anything else.
Let me show you a couple photographs. Any objection? Can you identify these, please? Doug, 19A, please.
Yes. Yes.
Is that the shirt as you saw it that night?
Not that night, no.
When did you see it?
When we processed it at the lab.
Okay. So you would agree with me that this shirt has, it doesn't look like it just came back from the laundry. It's got smudges down here.
Interesting. That's what I said.
Generally stains here and there, correct?
Not completely clean.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's it. It's not completely clean, correct?
This destroys the prosecution's argument that he quickly swapped clothing. In yesterday's stream, which was from the trial on Friday, I stated that the prosecution is making a mistake, putting a huge emphasis on how clean his clothes are, as if to indicate guilt based on his clean clothing. That is ridiculous on its face, because that means that if he had bloodstains on his shirt, then he's clearly the murderer. If his shirt is clean, that means he switched clothing, meaning he's clearly the murderer. So regardless of what the situation is, everything proves the prosecution right, regardless of how anything in reality might have actually played out. So instead of saying, okay, his clothes are clean, therefore I would have expected bloodstains on them if he was the murderer, which is exculpatory, he's trying to use exculpatory facts as indications of guilt. Well, this shoots that whole thing down anyway, even despite the fact that it doesn't make sense to begin with, and that any reasonable person would look at this argument and say, okay, prosecution, if you're using these kinds of arguments, I would have to assume that you have nothing to tie this guy to the crime, so you're grasping at straws. Even straws are way more tangible than what you're actually grasping for here.
Correct?
Right.
And then I'd offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
31.
Tell me what this is, please.
After we had sprayed the shirt with LCV, we laid it in a grid to account for where on the shirt each stain was.
And there seems to be something on the bottom that looks like a handprint, does it not?
I didn't see a handprint. That was on the body cam footage where he was wiping his face with the shirt. Right.
What is this supposed to be, some kind of Rorschach test? I mean, you're asking her what the stains on a shirt are supposed to look like? Come on now.
There.
Offer this into evidence. Can I have that 19, I'm sorry, let me see what it is. What does it say at the bottom? KNM 32A2. Okay, and we agree that you did this with LCV, right? That's what they call a presumptive test. It could be human blood. It could also be animal blood. It also could be detergent.
Objection, Your Honor. Could we ask one question at a time?
I'm trying to summary, but I'll do it.
Okay.
Could it be something other than
What the fuck was that objection? It's not even an objection. It's like objection to form. Even though, sure, it's technically a compound question, but it's designed to be a pretty much a yes or no answer to that compound question. It's like, could it be blood, semen, grape juice, detergent, sweat, animal blood, or angel tears, or not, right? That's a compound question, but it could be a yes or no answer. That's really stupid.
it something other than human blood?
It doesn't determine whether it's human or not.
Right. So it could be animal blood.
It's possible.
Could be detergent. Detergent oftentimes.
Bleach maybe.
Bleach. Okay. What about organic matter like plants?
The only two I know of really is bleach and rust.
Rust?
Right.
Okay.
What, specifically things with oxygen in them?
Okay. But there are other things that will, and that's why you do a confirmatory test.
Right.
And that's done with hemotrace.
I'm not sure how. I don't do that part. So.
Well, do you know what the results were when they treated it with hemotrace?
Not sure. No.
You never saw the report?
No.
She doesn't even really indicate that she knows what the hell you're talking about.
No human blood found? Okay, now, did you test his shorts?
We did the same procedure with the shorts.
And there some presumptive, some indication that it was human blood or something else, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether they ran a confirmatory test on that?
I'm not. I assume they did. I'm not
Did
sure.
you? But you don't know.
Right.
If she doesn't know, it's not anything wrong on her part. It's possibly because you're asking the wrong person this question.
Do you know did you use LCV on the shorts or did you use something else?
We used LCV.
Okay. Did you you do the shoes?
No.
Ah, that's too bad. The shoes contained all of his wife's and child's blood. That's a shame. I mean, if only you would have checked the shoes.
Beg the court's indulgence one moment, please. Maybe almost through. Trying to make sure when. Let me put up on the screen. I'll give you a copy of it if she can identify it, okay? And I think she can. Go ahead and put it up. Go ahead and put it up. It's number 217. Can you see it?
Yes.
Not very bright. Is that a picture that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer this picture into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, could you step down here, please? So the angle, this is the doghouse. What's the angle on this?
Approximately 84, 83.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we all were on singing from the same sheet of music, even though you wrote down 96 in your report, correct?
In my diagram of that, yes.
Right. The official report. The official.
My official notes say 84 degrees.
But I'm talking about what we got. But, I mean, we got your notes also, but in your printed document, you said 96.
On the diagram, yes.
Yes. But it's only 84.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. So, and again, maybe I need to check you on this, but the angle from the doghouse, you seem to indicate is going still to the right of the dog kennels. But, and let me check it out, just one second. I'm not sure you got this right. no further questions.
Redirect.
Oh, redirect is going to be boring.
All right, Agent Corley. Let's see. Right. We saw this big diagram and then some other diagrams that you prepared. What was the purpose of you preparing all these diagrams?
Show for that one where the evidence was in relation to each other, where the victims were in relation to the evidence, where the kennels were and the workshop overhang, measurements, all the other diagrams, the doghouse, animal cage, were to show more measurements of where the bullet defects were.
Would those be done for reconstructive purposes?
That's right.
And was that really done here on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And in this diagram, what? Defense Exhibit 29, we see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And what were those?
Jesus Christ, these
what
guys
those
are...
indicate?
Those were 300 blackout cartridge cases.
Let's see if you guys can actually see this. Yeah, this is crazy. Law and Crime has a poll, and 64% say guilty. Now, I don't know. Maybe in the hour and a half that's left, somehow I'm missing crucial evidence that tie him to the crime in some way. But so far, literally nothing ties him to the crime. How can he possibly be guilty? This is insane. And not guilty is 13%. It's the vast minority position. A lot of these viewers are insane. They're insane. Come on. Okay, how if anybody who watches this video down the line, because now I bet I have 0 viewers, but do you guys at this point of the trial think that he's guilty? If so, please write down, how could you possibly get over reasonable doubt? Right? Not only reasonable doubt, so far there's been a complete lack of evidence that makes him the murderer in any way whatsoever. I mean, the prosecution haven't even brought up the cell phone stuff yet, so their main piece of evidence hasn't even been introduced yet. And so far, all we heard was only exculpatory stuff and nothing that actually ties him to the crime. So I'm very interested as to why you think he can possibly be guilty. Now, keep in mind, he might very well be guilty and still the correct verdict is not guilty. Because even if he's technically guilty, meaning he actually did it, if the trial keeps going the way it is, the only possible verdict is not guilty because the prosecution have not met their burden of proving that he is guilty. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I just need to fix the stream 1 second. For some reason, it's not letting me do this in the video itself. I can't edit this, can I? Or yes, I can.
And this is not to scale, is that right?
No, not at all.
So what does that mean if something's not to scale?
It's not like an inch on there is not an inch in real life. It's just an approximation of where everything was in relation to each other.
So it may not correspond to the actual dimensions of things on the scene.
Right.
Now, are you aware that there was stippling on the victim, Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And what does it mean if there's stippling on a victim?
That means that the shot was from close range, very likely.
It's a close gunshot. She was shot close range.
And the defense asked you about some different possibilities here.
Now, I will have to give the prosecution credit where credit's due. This shuts down his argument. I mentioned yesterday that stippling will tell exactly the position of the shooters. Well, here you go. If she had stippling on her, then that weird possibility that he was trying to pressure her into admitting that there is just shot out of the water. So that part of Cross where this guy over here was wasted, I think, something like 20 minutes trying to get her to admit to some weird possible theory of multiple shooters and all that kind of stuff. She just shot that. She just wasted those 20 minutes of their time in, what was that, like 5 seconds?
It's possible that people can move around.
Yes.
And it's also possible that one person could have had 2 guns.
That's right.
Yep. If there was stippling, it makes it even more likely that there's not 2 shooters but 1 shooter, because there was no need for 2 shooters if both of them were shot at close range. So all that bullshit about lookouts and stuff like that was a red herring.
About footprints.
Very well done for the prosecution here.
In the feed room, was there a bunch of bloody footprints?
There were.
Some of them belong to an officer, which is pretty bad. But it's the only bad thing in the officer's conduct that the defense actually managed to point to that happened. And that's not some random hypothetical what if there could have been tracks that would not have been preserved.
Things have kind of gotten disarray over here. If I could have a moment.
Oof, not a good look. One second, guys. I'll let my dog out to pee. Toby?
the bloody footprints in the feed room?
2 of them, yes.
And those were determined to be the footprints of Paul Murdaugh?
Right.
And now, just to be clear, I mean, in this picture, we aren't seeing like 5 sets of other bloody footprints.
No.
Only one extra
So,
set of bloody
You
footprints.
talked about some other footprints in the feed room. Could you kind of elaborate on that?
Closer to the door, there was one, and also closer to the door, the actual physical door, there was one, a partial impression.
Okay. And did you determine who those footprints belong to?
Those were consistent with Paul's shoes.
And is it possible that after SLED took some crime scene photos and moved Paul's body, that someone could have come in along later and stepped in?
Your Honor, leading.
That is very leading.
Objection's overruled.
Is
What?
it possible that if there were more prints in there, that those could have been after SLED's pictures were taken?
I s-
Yes.
Objection's overruled.
What? Okay, not only could she not possibly know, but you would easily be able to tell the difference between footprints that were left after the body was moved versus footprints that happened before the body was moved. What is the difference? Well, the difference is that there's been a bunch of photos that were taken prior to them moving the body, so supposedly the footprints would be absent from all of the photos from before moving the body and would only be there after they moved the body. So again, this sounds kind of like a red herring from the prosecution side.
I suppose so, yes.
And we also talked about footprints in states 194 and 195. Why couldn't you do anything with those footprints?
I was not made aware of those 4 impressions until June 15th, when I saw one of those photographs.
So you didn't take any of these pictures while you were out there at the scene?
No, it was on the other side of the workshop.
And we have no way to know when these footprints occurred?
Right.
Not true. You could have a pretty reasonable guess if they happened to be on a spot that was photographed previously and had no footprint there. Then you could at least tell if the footprints were left before or after the body was moved. Or even chronologically, you could just look at the timestamps for all of the photos and try to figure out which photo is the one in which that footprints shows up that didn't happen previously. And you might even be able to pin it down to a precise time. So what she's saying now is completely not true.
Now, the defense showed us a picture of that dirt on the back of Maggie Murdaugh's leg. Do we even know if that's a shoe print?
No.
Yeah, taken by her. As long as they were taken by her,
Agent Farley, if you could please take a look at States Exhibit 70 and 71. Could you tell us what those are pictures of?
Isn't this beyond the scope of Cross, though? I mean, if she's bringing up new photos that weren't introduced during Cross, why is she allowed to ask her about them?
There are pictures of the front of the ATV that was parked near Maggie's body.
Your Honor, the state removed 70 and 71 into evidence.
Okay.
Admitted without objection.
So if we look here at Defense Exhibit 9, can you point out where the ATV was there the night of the murders?
That photo was taken on July 16th.
But where were the photos or the ATVs on the night of the ATV on the night of the murders?
Under that overhang behind the doghouse.
time I'm going to publish. State's Exhibit 70. Where was Maggie Murdaugh's body in relation to this ATV?
Would be toward the right of the ATV.
So it was kind of in front of the ATV?
Yeah, yeah.
And did you observe any kind of biological matter on that ATV?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 71, could you kind of point out or describe for the jury where you can see spots of biological matter?
Do you want me to step down?
Your Honor, may she step down?
Objection, Your Honor, unless she's going to indicate appears to be biological matter. Did she test? Was it tested?
I have to hear the question before I can hear an objection.
Go ahead.
Agent Forley, if you could please point out for the jury where it would appear to be biological matter or tissue on that ATV.
Object to the question. I object to the response because it was never tested. It appears, and it could be deer blood, it could be a number of different things. This calls for speculation.
Objection is overruled.
These areas right here, a little there, there. I believe there was a little bit on this tire also.
It looks to me like this judge overrules on proper objections. He overrules proper objections on the basis that he wants everybody to find out as much information as possible. Basically, he rules in a way which would allow more information to be out there rather than less information to be out there, unless it's something very specific.
Thank you, Agent Forley. That's all for this witness, Your Honor.
Further cross-examination.
Well, you would concede, I mean, if you saw that, but you not, I mean, it looked like blood.
Yes.
Did you test it for blood?
No.
Gather, swab something so you could take it back to the lab and see if it was Maggie's blood, Paul's blood, deer blood? I mean, they hunt in those ATVs, right?
Period
I
blood.
have no idea what they do in those.
You don't know if they hunt using ATVs? Really? Is that one of the things you're aware that's done with those?
I am now, yes.
Dude, come on. That's
But
argumentative.
The night you saw that blood, you didn't take a swab of it, or whatever you thought was blood. Didn't swab it.
No, it didn't.
As a matter of fact, there's a pool of water around Paul. Did anyone ask you to take a sample of that?
No.
Determine whether or not there was human blood in it?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm looking at your shoe report. You specifically say on a number of these that the photograph is inadequate to do a comparison, right?
I was able to, my result was, it was adequate enough to determine outsole design. I couldn't.
I'm sorry, adequate to do what?
To determine the outsole design of the impression. I wouldn't have been able to identify it.
Okay, on Paul's, the ones you've already said he was facing backwards, did you say that you had partials and at one point you didn't know which way the foot was facing? Did you say that?
I'm not sure.
Did you come to any conclusions about any of the other, I mean, did you match his footwear to any of the other bloody impressions in that feed room?
Yes.
Which ones?
The one by the door, like right in front of the
What's
doorway.
the number of that?
Don't interrupt her. Let her answer. Looking very, very unprofessional right now. Don't be a douchebag just because you get an answer that you don't expect.
105.1.
I'm sorry?
Item 105.1. Facing the doorway.
It says the outsole design is consistent with item 103, Paul shoe. So you also say that the way you got scale was, and some of these were evidence markers, and then you figured out how big the evidence marker was, and that's what you used to get to scale.
The marker and the shot shells at markers 9 and 10 were measured. Yes.
Okay. And that's not the best way to do it, is it?
No.
And in terms of the
Could have done better,
steps
couldn't
we
you?
had to
Yes.
pretty crucial.
Why do I care though?
Have you ever been asked by SWED or the Attorney General's office to do this trajectory analysis that I asked you to do today?
No, but I don't necessarily do crime scene reconstruction.
Who does?
That's not. Come on,
we
dude. You're
don't
not impeaching her based
necessarily
on
do that ourselves. We process
on the
crime scenes and document
hierarchy.
it, but we don't do reconstructions.
But no one has consulted with you about a reconstruction. No one's come from SWED and said, let's go over these angles, or, you know.
Why are you asking her this? Ask her the head of.
Have you ever had a conversation with anybody from the Attorney General's
God
office
damn
about
it.
this?
No, I don't think so.
Did they ever talk to you about the video we showed a little while ago of the process you all used to try to make a 3D?
Not with me, with others who
Yeah,
who
they
rendered
have-
the Pharaoh software, the video.
They talk to people that
Basically, it's like, oh, if you're not aware of every single step of the process, then there you go. You're clearly impeached. No, she has her specific role within the hierarchy of that task force, and she's not supposed to do everything. She's supposed to do only those things that she specializes in. So you're not really impeaching her on the basis that she didn't do this, she didn't do that. Yeah, sure, she didn't do this, she didn't do that, because not everything is on her shoulders alone.
did the Pharaoh.
Yeah, I believe so.
What?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know who that was and who they talked to?
No,
Do you know when that was?
not really, no.
So they'd have a 3D image of the crime scene, and you don't know when they got it or what they did with it. They never talked to you about it.
Oh my god. I would do redirect just to say, is it your job to know? No. Thank you. That's it.
Step down.
Jesus Christ. I hope we have more interesting witnesses. That was super technical.
We go to the jury room for a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
Yeah, but we're not. We're going right in. So they said 10 minutes, so that would be about here.
A shooter could have been for higher or low, small. Maybe there
Have been movement. She said.
Next witness. Thank you.
We call Senior Special Agent Jeff Croft.
Only cops as witnesses. This is not looking good. It's like only people who had stuff to do with the investigation. No actual witnesses. Nothing. And again, nothing so far.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing so far ties Alex to the crime at all.
Spell your last name. Jeff Croft, C-R-O-F-T.
Oh, they're overcompensating with the
Special
audio
Agent
this
Croft, how you
time.
doing today?
Doing well, sir.
So your beard's about as gray as mine is, isn't it?
Sir?
Your beard's about as gray as mine is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you get to be a Senior Special Agent?
I don't think so.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where are you from? And then tell us a little bit about your career in law enforcement.
You're a lawyer, not a comedian. I think there's a reason for that.
I grew up in Barnwell County. I started my law enforcement career in the early 2000s as a reserve deputy with the Barnwell County Sheriff's Office. I got hired full-time, started on the road. I did road patrol. I then went to investigative services, investigations, where I worked narcotics and violent crime. In 2012, I transferred over to SLED, where I worked in the Low Country region in investigative services. I was assigned to this area for investigative purposes, working homicides, violent crime, financial cases, all sorts of stuff.
Okay. And how long have you been with SLED?
I'm going on 12 years.
Where were you assigned back on June 7th, 2021?
I was assigned to the Low Country region here in Colleton County.
And were you summoned, called out to respond to the reports of the 2 deaths at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir, I was.
About what time did you get a call, do you think?
I got called out on actually June the 8th, the morning of June the 8th, about 5:30 that morning.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
I was en route to the scene. I was rerouted to our field office here in Walterboro and given instructions from there.
Okay. And having been given those instructions, what did you go do to help the investigation? What's the first thing you did?
I located and interviewed Rogan Gibson.
All right. And did you have a conversation with Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask Rogan Gibson about whether or not he had phone communications with Paul Murdaugh the evening before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether he had phone communications with Alec Murdaugh the night before?
Who
Yes,
is
sir,
that
I did.
guy?
Did you ask him whether or not he had communications with Maggie Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ask to see Rogan's cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he allow you to take screenshots of some of the records on his cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as exhibits 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 17, particular exhibits.
Yes, those are the exhibits. Wow.
Yes, sir, these are the snapshots which I took of Rogan Gibson's phone.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I will move into evidence exhibits, states exhibits 165 through 172, I believe without objection.
Finally, we might be getting into something substantial.
They are admitted.
All right.
I hope there's a text saying, "Damn it, I hate my wife and son so much I wish I could kill them
I could get the Elmo up, please. Let's
and
see.
get away with it."
Not great, is it?
Or maybe a message saying, "Damn, I got brains all over me. Any of you know a way
All right, I'm
to
going
get..."
to put up on the screen States Exhibit 165. And is this one of those images that we were just talking about from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and whose hand is that holding it up? Do you know?
That is Rogan Gibson holding the phone for me to take the picture.
Wait, that's how you did it? There's text on the phone, and instead of taking screenshots and sending them over to you so that there's high quality, you take a camera and then take a picture of him holding the phone with the messages on it. Oof.
All right, and was he manipulating the phone for you and then showing you when he found things and then you taking a picture of it with your phone?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay.
Oh, and he took
And-
pictures with a phone, not even with a camera. Oh, God, that's... Wait, and he is a part of the special crime scene investigation unit? Oof.
And does this reflect a incoming call from Paul at a particular time?
Yes, sir, it does.
What time does it reflect that call?
At 8:40 p.m.
All right?
Okay.
And this is going to be on June 7th, 2021?
That is correct, sir.
And how long does it reflect that call was?
Approximately 4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right. Let's look at the next one. I'm I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166. And is this another screenshot that Rogan showed you from his communications with Paul Murdaugh that night?
Yes, sir, it is.
And does it show an incoming call from Paul Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time is that call?
8:44 p.m.
8:44 p.m.?
That is correct.
So,
I'm going to show you next what's been marked as Exhibit 167 to your testimony. And is this another screenshot that was showed to you by Rogan Gibson from his communications with Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
do the messages, again, say something like, do any of you know how to get brain matter out of clothing? I don't know how any of this is relevant. Maybe could you tell us why having conversations means that he's guilty?
All right. And were these some texts between the two of them?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And does it reflect a text from Rogan to Paul on there?
Yes, sir, it does. At
What time is that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
8:49 p.m.
8:49 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you read that text to the jury, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Marion wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
All right. Does it reflect any response from Paul?
It does not.
All right. What is the next communication on this particular exhibit?
It's a little got glare on it.
Oh, it's Paul's
like
messages.
9:58 p.m.
All right. I'm going to bring the...
Oh, I see. Sorry, my bad. I kind of mixed up Alex and Paul. So if these are Paul's messages, then they're just trying to show at what time contact has been cut from their phone, meaning that that's when they died.
Exhibit up because I know our Elmo's not working great. We're still working on that, but let me actually have you look at it. So we said there was that communication.
If that's the case, it very well better be that the last message in a chain is awaiting a reply from Paul and Paul not answering, rather than just Paul saying, okay, see ya, chill dude, I'll talk to you some other time. And then implying that the murder took place after that. Immediately after that, based on the messages, because that's just going to be stupid.
To Paul from Rogan, and then you said there was no response. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And then the next thing is Rogan sends a text. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
What time is that text?
9:58 p.m.
9:58. And what does he say?
Yo.
Yo.
Y-O, yo.
What was awaiting a response exactly? Because yo doesn't really mean much. It doesn't mean necessarily, hey, I'm still waiting a reply on a previous message. It could just very well mean, hello, let's start a new conversation.
I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 168.
I want to see it, dude.
Can you see that all right?
Ask him to read it.
Yes, sir.
All right. And does this reflect a number of outgoing calls from Rogan to Paul, trying to get him to answer?
Yes, sir, it does.
Can you tell the jury the times, starting at the bottom, that he's trying to call Paul Murdaugh without an answer?
At 9:10 p.m.,
Now that is more substantial.
there's a 2-second outgoing call. At 9:29 p.m., there's a 1-second outgoing call. At 9:42 p.m., there's a 1-second outgoing call.
Why is it a 1-second outgoing call? Does that mean that he was on hold for 1 second and then hung up, not waiting for an answer? Or does it mean that somebody answered and then 1 second later hung up? Both of these are strange.
And at 9:57 p.m., there's a 4-second outgoing call.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 169. And does this also reflect an outgoing call from Rogan to Paul that is unanswered?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time was that?
10:08 p.m.
So they're suggesting he
All right,
died
we're now
somewhere
looking
before
at
9
Station
p.m.
Exhibit 170. I'm going to bring it up. Tell you real quick. Who does this reflect communications with? Between Rogan Gibson and who?
Mrs. Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, let me go publish this real quick. All right. So it's from who?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. And Rogan sends her a text, is that correct?
Yes, sir, he does.
What time does he send that text?
9:34 p.m.
Okay.
What does he say?
Tell Paul to call me.
Oh, wait. Wasn't that from Maggie to Paul? Okay.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as States Exhibit 171. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir, I can see the times. I can't see the top of it.
Okay.
Okay, I can
All
see
right.
it.
And who are these communications from on Rogan Gibson's phone?
Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
The defendant?
That's correct.
All right. And were there missed calls from Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you tell the jury what times those were?
At 10:21 p.m. and at 10:24 p.m.
When did the police show up?
And then finally, States Exhibit 172. Are these?
And again, I'm really sorry, but the time during which they miss calls is again not evidence that ties directly Alex Murdaugh to what happened in any substantial way whatsoever. If anything, it shows a time of death which could conflict with his version of events. But I'm pretty sure I heard that the police have sent out reports at like 12:30 or something like that, meaning that it's already been it's been 2 hours since they've been there. I believe that's what they said. 2 hours after the initial phone call. So that would be something around 10:30 p.m. was the initial phone call, I would assume, based on my vague recollection of what they said yesterday. And that happened 20 minutes after, basically, it might have even been 10:20 in which he called the cops, because it took one of the cops 20 minutes to show up. I mean, the first responders showed up only 20 minutes after his initial call. Yeah, there's a lot. I wish we could see like a proper timeline of what each of the sides of this case say things play out.
Additional missed calls on Rogan's phone, or missed calls.
Yes, sir, it's missed calls.
And who are they from?
I can't see the top from that.
Sorry.
Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
Okay. And what time were these missed calls from Alec Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
10:25 and 10:30 p.m.
Did you ultimately interviewed Rogan Gibson, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Without going into what he said, he told you what his communications and what he did that night and all the rest of it, is that right?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was there anybody with you when you interviewed him?
Yes, sir, it was.
And who was that?
Special Agent Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a buccal swab from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
And tell the jury just really quickly, what is a buccal swab?
Buccal swab is used to get a DNA standard or a known standard that can be used by our lab to compare to potential other evidence. It's a cotton swab, which we use on the inside of the cheek, very non-intrusive. Once we get it, we seal it. That wood evidence tape is transported to our lab for our lab's use.
Okay. 1 second. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 154 and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that is. Tell the jury what that is, please.
It's a chain of custody form that we used when we secured the buccal swab from, or buccal swab from Rogan Gibson.
All right. Put that up on the screen. And so right there, is that where it says what it is?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is myself.
And then whose name and signature is that right there?
Melinda Worley, Special Agent Melinda Worley.
Okay. All right. After you had that interview with Rogan Gibson, what's the next thing you did in the case to assist the investigation?
I went back to the scene where I briefed Senior Special Agent David Owen and the others that was assisting with the investigation. I was asked to go to the residence, the Murdaugh residence, which was down from the kennels.
All right. And what was going to be your goal in going to the residence?
I went to the residence to secure any firearms or ammunition, spent shell casings of that nature that would be potentially compared to or similar in nature to what was at the scene.
Did you go by yourself? Did you go with a team?
It was myself, Anthony Sampson, and Katie McAllister, both of which are special agents.
All right. What was your particular role into this team? What was going to be your main job and why you were picked to be on this team to go in the house looking for firearms evidence?
I have some knowledge of firearms and ammunition, and my main duty was to attempt to locate any firearms that were capable of firing similar ammunition that was at the actual crime scene, any spent shell casings that would be similar in nature that could potentially be tested back to a firearm if one was located or tested in comparison to the casings which were at the scene.
All right. Had you been advised by other investigators what types of weapons or what ammunition had been used to murder Maggie and Paul?
Probably.
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jury what you had been advised?
I'd been advised that it was a 12-gauge shotgun used, capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum. I was also advised that there was a 300 blackout rifle, or excuse me, it's an AR rifle chambered for 300
AR rifle is not a thing.
blackout.
12 gauge and 300 blackout.
That's correct, yes, sir.
He means AR.
Bear with me 1 second. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 160 to your testimony and see if you recognize that particular disc.
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell me what that disc is.
It's a disc of my body-worn camera recording from the day of the house entry.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 159. See if you recognize this particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what's on that?
This is, again, a recording of my body-worn camera for the house entrance.
All right, and why are there two recordings of body cams? Why do we have two instead of just one?
After the initial entrance to the residence and some initial items being secured, I stepped outside to speak to the investigative team, which was up at the kennels, and then I walked back in the house. While I was outside, I noticed some items on the ground that needed to be secured. So I walked back in the house, got Anthony Sampson, Special Agent Anthony Sampson, to accompany me outside to collect those items.
And what were those items? I'm going ahead and let's jump ahead. What were those items you ultimately collected out there?
It was 300 blackout shell casings, which appeared to be weathered at the bottom of the stoop entered to the entrance of the what I call the gun room, and in the flower bed on each side.
All right, and when you say cases or casings, tell the jury what we're talking about. What is a case or a casing as opposed to the whole cartridge? Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Cartridge case is what's ejected from the weapon once it's fired. It houses the powder, the primer, the bullet on the end, which is the projectile which leaves the end of the barrel. It's basically just the housing that holds the firing mechanism in a shell or in a casing.
And in a semi-automatic weapon, once the bullet is fired, what happens to the casing?
In a semi-automatic weapon,
It gets ejected.
It is ejected.
It's not just in semi-automatic weapons. In every weapon, it has to get ejected. What else would happen with it?
Ejected.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if nobody picks it up, it stays right there on the ground, doesn't it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd move States Exhibit 159 and 160 into evidence.
We don't object to the video of either one, and there's one longer video that's in the House, I know 159 and 160, that we would object to the audio portion being played.
And Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm going to play that particular video with the audio down because there is discussion with other witnesses who will testify who were in the House, and so that's acceptable to the state for that particular exhibit.
Mr. Griffin?
Yeah, that's acceptable,
All right.
as long as there's no hearsay from the witnesses.
You said the audio's down, so it's admitted under those conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bear with me 1 second. And for the record, 159 is the exhibit. We'll play with the audio down.
Thank you.
Can I get the input changed, please, to the laptop?
These guys are not very good at technical stuff.
All right, so Special Agent Croft, since we don't have audio on this, we might just kind of narrate it for the jury while things are happening, okay?
All right, sir.
All right, let's do that. All right, what's happening right now?
We are walking up to the
This is ridiculous.
side door of the residence, which enters the gun room.
And just real quick, we see that.
I mean, it's ridiculous, but it's probably better because that way at least we'll have a way to figure out what's going on because we also can't see anything.
That side stoop right there.
Yes, sir.
And what was found right there, if anything, by that stoop?
300 blackout casings.
Is that what you just were talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right there, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Who is that individual right there? Do you know?
Attorney Lee Cope,
Who's talking to him?
Special Agent McAllister.
I'm going to move it forward, going in the house a little bit. Where are we now?
We are inside of the residence at 4147 Moselle Road in the gun room.
Who are you shaking hands with right now?
That would be Attorney Mark Ball,
All right, who's getting their hands shook right now?
Mr. Attorney Ronnie Crosby.
Now, you mentioned Lee Cope and Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby. Who are those individuals?
Why do I care?
What thing is their relationship with Alec Murdaugh?
They are law partners were law partners with Mr. Alec Murdaugh at PMPED.
Yeah, he
know
was a
we're not
dirty
good for
lawyer,
living?
so what?
He was a trial lawyer, and he also was a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office under Solicitor Duffy Stone.
And what does a prosecutor do?
They try cases for the state,
Criminal cases.
criminal cases for the state.
Yeah, just talk about how prosecutors are fucking scumbags and you can't trust a word they say, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, sir.
That's what he did.
That is correct.
Yeah, that evil prosecutor, man. Aren't prosecutors just the worst? Says the prosecutor.
I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. What's that sort of in the center of the screen right there?
That's a gun cabinet or gun shelf.
Oh, he had guns? Oh my god. How dare he?
What's going on right now?
Special Agent McAllister is explaining why we are there, kind of what we're looking for, and gaining consent to search that area.
Did you get consent? Yes.
Was consent ultimately obtained to search?
Yes, sir, it was.
Yeah, the murderer has given full consent for the police to search everything.
Let me back it up real quick. All right, at this point, are y'all having a conversation with people who were there? I'm not trying to get into the conversation, just were you having a conversation?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right, and who are the two individuals you're talking to, or three individuals you're talking to right there?
Ronnie Crosby on the right, Mark Ball in the center, and Mr. Lee Cope on the left-hand side. Agent McAllister standing with her back turned.
At some point, did Mark Ball point to anything?
Yes, sir, he did.
And what did he point to?
A .300 blackout rifle, which was sitting in the gun wall.
Did Ronnie Crosby point to it? Let me back up.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then whose body cam are we looking at right now?
That would be mine.
Where are you going right now?
I'm walking over to the gun wall or gun cabinet in order to get a better picture of what Mr. Ball is pointing to.
Is that it right there in the middle?
That is it, yes, sir.
All right. Right, what is Mark Ball pointing to right now?
He's pointing to the numbers which are displayed on the bottom of the magazine.
All right. And is this the blackout we're talking about?
That is correct.
All right. Did you look at that particular magazine?
Yes, sir, I did.
What, if anything, did you notice about that magazine?
The magazine stamped with 223.
All right. Is 223 the same ammunition as 300 blackout?
It's same in length. 223 magazine is capable of housing a 300 blackout round.
Well, explain to me a little bit about 223, and which is a type of ammunition, and blackout. What are the differences and what are the similarities between those two rounds?
They both can be fired from the AR frame. It's the 300 blackout is actually approximately a 30 millimeter projectile, a little bit larger bullet than the 223. Has a little more kinetic energy and a little more stopping power than the 223. The 223 is a faster bullet,
Why do
little
we
flatter
care?
trajectory. It does not have the stopping power that the 300 has.
A bullet to the head doesn't take any fucking stopping power. Are you kidding me? A close range bullet takes no stopping power. Why are we talking about stopping power right now?
Because the 300 is a larger bullet, and trying to use it in an AR frame, it's neck down, so you don't have quite as much speed coming out or velocity coming out of the barrel than you would with a 223.
What is it you just said, though, a 300 blackout has more of?
Stopping power than the 223.
And stopping power, what does that mean? What is stopping power?
It does more damage.
Has more impact than the 223 round would have.
Which is completely irrelevant when we're talking about a close range shot to the head. A point blank shot to the head, or even from just a few feet away, even a BB gun could be lethal. I mean, what are we talking about here? Yeah, sure. Is a shotgun shot from close range to the head way more stopping power than a 9mm bullet to the head? Yes, but are both people going to be equally dead after one shot? Yes.
Impact. Okay. All right. What else are you looking for right now as you look through the other firearms on that particular gun rack?
Any additional rifles capable of shooting a 300 blackout, and also the...
So you're presupposing that he did it by examining his rifles. Well, sure, even if he did have rifles capable of shooting that ammo, he said he had 20-something guns in his house. Like, is it any surprise that he had an AR and a shotgun?
Any 12-gauge shotguns which are capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum.
Let me ask you this. Did you find any other...
It was earlier testified that 12 gauge is the most common gauge shotgun. It's the overwhelming majority of shotguns are 12 gauge. So then practically just point to any shotgun and it's likely to be a 12 gauge shotgun. It doesn't make him any more of a suspect.
Weapons that could shoot 300 blackout?
No, sir, we did not.
Did you ever find any other weapons on Alec Murdaugh's property that could shoot 300 blackouts other than that one that was in the gun rack?
No, sir, we did not.
We're going to talk more about this in a minute.
Did the gun in the gun rack test positive for residue? Because if it didn't, then that means that not only did he clean his clothes, but he also scrubbed his weapon squeaky clean to the point where even a forensics lab couldn't detect it. That is going to be highly questionable. So again, is that the weapon that did it? Well, there was another weapon that he argued was stolen from him, which could have actually fired these weapons, but he argued that it was stolen, but he claimed the theft of the weapon way before the murder, from what I understand.
But did you find some 12 gauges?
Yes, sir, we did.
More than one. Again, because of how common it is.
All right, what are we looking at right here?
That's to the right of the gun wall or gun cabinet. It's various ammunitions for different type of weapons, shell casings, just parts for the gun wall.
Okay. And you're having a conversation with who right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
As a result of that conversation, was Mark Ball pointing to things?
Yes, sir, he was.
Specific things?
Yes, sir, he was.
What
Did
things?
you ultimately come back and collect some of those things?
Yes, sir, I did.
Why are you saying things and not what the things are?
Number fast forward to about 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Keep this thing moving. Right there. What's that right there?
That is an empty box with the label S&B 300 BLK.
All right. Did you ultimately collect that box?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213 and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Stand by for me real quick. We move State's Exhibit 213 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Okay. I'm going to show it to you again. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Does that box reflect the grain weight of the bullets of that ammunition that were inside of it?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is that?
147 grains.
All right. And tell the jury, what is 147 grains, or just grains in general, when it comes to a bullet? What does
It's a measure of the amount of gunpowder you put in it.
that mean?
It's the weight of the projectile.
And it's possible to have certain ammunition of the same caliber, but it has different weights. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. And this blackout is 147 grains, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Sorry. Can we, no, that's fine. I'll show it later. Let's go ahead and do that. Can we switch the input just real quick? I'm going to switch it right back. I just want to show this to the jury, please. All right. Everybody can see that? Maybe if I do it this way. All right. And that's the empty box you found in the gun room?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And right there, is that the grains that you were talking about?
Yes, sir, it
Step
is.
down if you need to. See what I'm pointing at?
I can see you, sir.
All right. Can you read that right there?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does it say?
Cellular and looks like bellet,
All right. And in shorthand, when people are talking about ammunition, how do they say that?
S&B.
S&B. And then on the back right here, can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does that say?
300 AAC blackout.
All right, if we go back to the video, please. Fast a little bit, just to keep us going. The shotgun. At this particular time, as it relates to the shotguns, are you looking to collect every single shotgun that's on that rack, or only specific shotguns?
Only specific shotguns.
And what specific gauge of shotgun were you looking to collect?
12 gauge.
12 gauge.
And why only 12 gauge?
Because that's the bullet that was fired.
That was the shell casings that was located at the crime scene.
Wrong, there was one 16 gauge casing. I mean, not a casing, there was an actual shell. It wasn't from the crime scene, but it was recovered that day.
Who's that individual standing in the center of the screen?
That would be Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh.
Now, you mentioned attorneys Lee Cope, Mark Ball, and Ronnie Crosby were in that room as well. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh, is that correct?
That is correct, yes,
And
sir.
what's his relation to the defendant?
He is the brother.
Was that everyone that was kind of there, or was there another attorney as well that was present?
There was an additional attorney that walked in the room early in the recording,
And who was that?
Chris Wilson.
Chris Wilson. Just generally, what are you doing right here?
Just getting an overall of where things were at when we went into the room before anything was actually moved. My hand.
Saw you doing something with your hands. What are you doing right there?
I'm putting latex gloves on my hands.
And what is it you're about to do?
I'm going to start collecting or securing those firearms.
Okay.
.300.
What is that in your hand right there?
That is a 300 or an AR-15 chambered to 300 blackout.
Here, I kind of fast forwarded it.
That was the magazine which I removed from the 300. 147 grain.
300 blackout?
300 blackout.
That item, but actually it's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. I'm going to have you take a look at that and see if you recognize that. Go ahead and pull it out. Just make sure not to
Aim
point
it at
the
anybody.
jury. And if you could also make sure that it is not in a firing state, please, sir.
That is a sexy ass weapon.
It is safe.
All right. And what is that
How did you determine it was safe?
item right there?
This is the 300 blackout rifle which I secured from the gun wall.
All right. Let me see it. Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 84.
Your Honor, I
Oh, he looked. Okay, so yeah, so this is open.
Object on relevancy grounds. There's no evidence that this gun was the gun. I mean, it's just not relevant.
It isn't relevant at all. I mean, well, it's relevant because he had a gun capable of doing it. But was there was there any residue signifying that this gun has been fired anytime recently? And even if there was, I mean, you would expect like residue in guns, especially if you use them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hold on that gun for me, please, Special Agent Croft. Let's see what else is in this box.
So they've confiscated a gun, even though there's no evidence that it has anything to do
I'm
with
going
the
to show you
crime.
the other part of State's Exhibit 88, and that's marked actually as State's Exhibit 210. What's that?
This would be the magazine which I removed from this rifle.
Now here's the thing. They're trying to imply that he's some kind of genius, evil mastermind that swapped his clothing before he called the cops and timed everything so that he called the cops after he was ready, but making sure, or at least implying that he had alibis up to every single point, blah, blah, blah. But he just left the murder weapon in his normal gun rack. Yeah, I'm gonna find that severely hard to believe, insanely hard to believe, especially since the prosecutor did not provide any evidence that this is actually the murder weapon. On cross, this would be really interesting.
On the video and the ammunition which it contained.
All right. And what kind of ammunition is that?
It's head stamp S&B 300 blackout.
All right. And do you know the specific brand and make and caliber of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie Murdaugh?
The head stamps on the shell casings at the crime scene was S&B 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yeah.
Same thing. Also, same thing as one of the witnesses said that he has. He just happened to be familiar with it because he just has one also. So, he had 20 weapons.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about this firearm. What is this thing on the top here?
That is a, I call it an optic, but it's actually a thermal.
Yeah, you really need a thermal scope when you're firing so close to somebody that it leaves stippling.
Scope, which can be used for shooting in the dark.
Oh my god, that is so stupid, but you've just argued, the prosecution has just argued that Maggie was shot in close range.
Okay. And this,
That would actually make it way more difficult to use this weapon in close range. For close range, you would just rather have I mean, just the regular default weapon sights would even be better than this kind of scope for close range shooting. This is so stupid.
this particular weapon, is this a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what does that mean? Can you tell the jury what that means?
That means it fires one bullet per trigger pull.
Each press of the trigger, it will fire and eject the spent cartridge.
And where are the cartridges going to eject when this weapon is fired?
It would eject from the right-hand side, right here.
All right. So if it's being fired, they're coming out this way. Is that correct?
Now look who's starting to point towards other people. I mean, I sure hope he doesn't bring that gun down.
To the right and generally back.
Good for you. Imagine a prosecutor trying to show a weapon during a trial and then pulling off an Alec Baldwin. Ooh.
Excuse me.
All right. These are the rounds you're talking about right here?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those are the S&B 300s?
Yes, sir, they are.
Was the magazine full?
And this is that magazine that said 223 on it that you were talking about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How many casings were found around Maggie, and how many were missing from the magazine? Is there any correlation there, or are you literally just stealing one of his weapons to try to frame him with it? This makes no sense.
Video, please, ma'am.
The murder weapon's the first thing you get rid of. You don't just leave it on your fucking gun rack.
All right, what's that you got in your arm now?
That is a 12 gauge Browning.
I really want to get to cross because this is kind of stupid. This entire testimony says, is it possible that these are the weapons that would have been used? Yes. Because that's as far as this gets him.
You collected, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
You collected, is that correct?
Okay, that
Yes,
wasn't
sir, it
me,
is.
that was them.
Real quick. All right, I'm going to bring you item 31 here real quick before you open it.
Is that the shotgun?
That's been using the sled item number, but that's State's Exhibit 90. Is that correct?
Chin this on.
I got you.
Do you think the jury are keeping
Yes, sir.
track
All right,
of the
could you
numbers?
open that up
Come
and
on
tell me
now.
What's in that if you recognize it, please?
You can tell from
That
the
would
box
be
it's a
the
shotgun.
Browning, which I secured from the
Camouflage.
gun room.
All right. Can you, is it in
Oh no, it's not the
fire condition?
camouflage. They literally
You
took
show
a
that to the
different
jury,
shotgun
please.
than the one he
It's
had.
in a
Okay.
safe condition, breech open.
All right. And this is chambered in what gauge?
12 gauge.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 80 into evidence.
Relevancy, unless they
Yeah, why is this evidence? Is this evidence of what? Exactly. That he has a gun?
have evidence tying it to the murders, I mean, there are a lot of guns that were seized, Your Honor.
Objection overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What? This is stupid.
My apologies.
They literally just seized some of his guns and are using them as evidence without any kind of actual evidence that they're the murder weapons, that they've been used in any kind of way related to any kind of crime whatsoever. Wow, this is insane. Let's put it this way. If all things now stand as they are now, and everybody rests, both sides rest, and the jury come back right now with a guilty verdict, with things as they are, this is 100% appealable by saying that no reasonable person could have ever come to the conclusion that he's guilty based on these circumstances and facts. And the appeals court would actually reverse a jury verdict based just on these facts so far.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I just want to add Rule 403 grounds for my objection to this gun and all the other guns they plan to introduce.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Preserving for appeal, smart.
Right. Let's return to the video. Yeah, video. We're good.
Yeah, his lawyer agrees with me. This is completely stupid and insane. They just randomly took two weapons that match the gauges of the ones that have been used in the crime and are now using it as evidence. No evidence that they're connected in any way. Nothing. They literally just, okay, what was used in the crime? 12 gauge? Okay, there's a 16 gauge, there's a 20 gauge. Oh yeah, here's a 12 gauge. Let's use this. Okay, what did he use? An AR with so-and-so ammo. Okay, let's go over all of his ARs and look for one that can actually fire that specific type of ammo. Oh, there we go. He has one of those. Let's take that and use it as evidence. This is dumb. I mean, not only do I expect him to preserve it for appeal, because this is 100% appeal worthy, but he should also kick his ass on cross so bad. He should make this prosecutor how should I put this? He should basically wipe the floor with how sleazy what the prosecution is doing here is, and show and explain to the jury just how dirty of a move they're doing. It's like literally they know the gauge that was used in the crime, so they went over dozens of different guns looking for ones that would match. It's not that they found the guns near the crime scene. It's not like they picked up any actual evidence of recent use from these guns. It's not like there's any blood or DNA evidence that was collected from the guns, because if you were shot from close range, then all the blood splattering would leave some kind of evidence on the gun, especially if you're pressed in time from when the shootings must have happened, let's say at the earliest 8:50 to when the cops showed up at the latest 12 o'clock. So he had like a 4-hour time frame in which he had to do the perfect cleanup job, and yet he just left his weapon on the weapon rack for everybody to find, despite not being able to find any kind of his clothing with any of the DNA or blood on them or anything else. This is so flimsy. And yet, Law and Crime's viewers said that 61% of them said that he's guilty, and only 12% of them said not guilty, with so far zero evidence of his guilt being provided. Oof. Even if he did it, he's not guilty so far.
Various shotguns and picking some up and putting them back and all the rest of it. What are you looking for in making that determination, the ones you take and the ones that you're putting back?
Good, interesting question. A preemptory question to what's going to be asked on cross. Probably going to allow him to give it a certain type of spin now. But I hope the defense are paying attention to what he just asked them.
That it was chambered in 12 gauge.
Another way to put it is, it matched the exact gauge of the one that was used in the crime. Which is the most common gauge for shotguns in general, as it happens. Are we going anywhere with this?
Particular gun? All right, you just put another gun on the table. Do you recognize that particular gun?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what about the particular condition of that gun did you notice, if anything?
Interesting.
That is a 12 gauge pump, and the breech is open. Inside of the chamber is a shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered into the to be fired.
You made no sense right now.
20 minutes and 17 seconds. What do we see right there?
That is a 12 gauge shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered. Once you slide the pump action forward, it would be chambered into the chamber and ready to fire.
So?
All right, thank you.
So basically it was a loaded shotgun, so?
And Your Honor, just very quickly for the record, with that Browning shotgun, I believe I referred to it as State's Exhibit 80. It's actually State's Exhibit 90, which I believe was admitted over objection.
My God, are we going anywhere with this? It's not illegal to own weapons.
Marked as State's Exhibit 91. You could just take a look at it before you pull it out and tell me if you recognize what that is.
More guns? How many murder weapons are there? What the hell?
Yes, sir, I do.
I bet what he did is he had a shotgun in one arm, he had an AR in the other arm, and then he had another shotgun on his third arm.
And what is that?
That is a Benelli 12 gauge.
Thank you. Let me close that back up real quick. I'm just going to leave that there.
Any relevance for it? Nothing? Anything? Nothing. Okay. Let's just show it. Yeah, is that a shotgun? Yeah, it's a shotgun. Okay, let's just close it back real quick. I just like to show off shotguns.
We got one step ahead of ourselves, so let's do this one.
Oh my God!
State's Exhibit 87. Take a look.
That is the pump shotgun, which I secured from the gun wall, which is depicted in the video.
This is the one that's on the screen right now?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and take a look and see if you recognize that. That's the gun we were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Your Honor, objecting on relevance, 403. There's no evidence linking these guns to the crime. And we're just cumulative.
Did you want to respond to the speaking objection?
Yes, sir, I do want to respond to the speaking objection.
Okay.
It is very important to show the extensiveness of the investigation that was done, particularly as it goes to firearms, and there were multiple guns that were tested, and there will be an innocent list here later to show how those guns were tested and what the results of those. So admitting these guns into evidence to show the extent of what was tested is very relevant, Your Honor.
My God. Why don't you start with showing off how these guns are relevant, and then showing which guns you're talking about, before showing up guns that, as far as we know, are completely irrelevant, and then saying, yeah, we're gonna get to how they might be relevant later, don't worry about it. Yeah, trust us. Trust me, bro. We're gonna show how it's relevant later. It's been tested. Okay, it's been tested in what? Okay, so all 4 shotguns were tested. So all of them were used then? He had 7 arms with which he held weapons? Like, I don't get what we're doing here.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The defense have absolutely a point here.
All right, let's go ahead and show the jury this one if we can, please. Is it not in a fireable condition?
Breech is open and it's not in fireable condition.
All right. And when you first got this particular, or took this weapon off the wall, what was different about its condition that we talked about?
It had a round that was here ready to be chambered once the full grip is pushed forward.
All right, let me see it just real quick. So, is this a semi-automatic type shotgun or a pump shotgun?
It's a pump shotgun.
All right, and when a shell is fired and mechanism is used, what happens to the spent shell case?
When
Gets
you
ejected.
Bring the forearm back, the shell case is ejected similar to a semi-auto.
Okay. And which way would it go out of this particular firearm?
It would go to the right.
As an example, go to the right?
Yes, sir.
My God.
Just pointed out a court reporter, sorry. All right, this item was found within that weapon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did it match in color any of the other shell casings found near Paul?
Tell me what that is.
It's a 12 gauge, 3.5 inch shell, 2 1/4, number 7.9.
Is that a turkey load?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, let's close this box up. Help me out if you would real quick.
I assume that by asking, is that a turkey load, meaning So does that have no relevance to the crime? Yes, that has no relevance to the crime. Okay.
A Benelli.
What y'all are doing right now?
We are securing a Benelli shotgun.
Damn it. Imagine your wife and son get murdered, and then the cops charge you with murder, and they take all of your weapons. Talk about having a bad day if he is innocent. If he is innocent, then what happened to him is insane.
So we just did states 89, and now let's do states. Can you tell me the number on the bottom of that one?
91.
91. All right, just real quick, if you can just take a look.
That is the Benelli.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Relevance and
All right, let's go ahead and again, if you can show that.
How many shotguns do these clowns want the jury to think have been involved in the crime? Are you guys idiots or what? You're now doing yourself no favors by showing the jury, well, could have been any of one of these shotguns. Who knows? Well, you're supposed to know.
That to the jury, please. All right, thank you.
That
very
also looks like a very sexy weapon.
much. Put it back. You can point at me, that's all right. All right, I'm going to show you what's inside this particular exhibit and see if you recognize those items, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what are those items?
Those are two 12-gauge shells which were loaded in the Benelli at the time we secured it.
What, if anything, can you tell me about the type of shells those are?
Head stamp is Winchester 12-gauge.
Okay, now this is
long
relevant.
beard, so 3-inch, number 4. And the head stamp on the red one is a Federal 12-gauge, 7 2.5 ounce.
Aren't those the ones that were confiscated when the first responder showed up to him? I believe that was the description of the rounds that were inside, including a 16-gauge one.
It's 3.5-inch Federal premium shell.
Different types of ammunition, even different sizes, is that correct?
That is correct.
One is a Winchester and one's a Federal, is that correct?
That is correct.
Let's close this box if we could.
So what? What is the implication that you're trying to illegitimately make the jury draw? I don't even get it.
All right, back to the video. We're picking up at 2158.
No, sir.
At this point on that gun rack, did you observe any other 12 gauges?
No, sir.
Hey, but if were there any 10 gauges, 10 gauges could still fire a 12-gauge round. That might have been actually a perfect crime because it seems the police just left all the other gauges in place on the gun rack, being the fucking retards that they are.
Attorney Mark Ball.
Is he pointing in that box?
Yes, sir, he is.
Was he pointing about what y'all were talking about?
Yes, sir, he is.
For the record, I'm fast forwarding a little bit. We're going to talk more about this, but after collecting these various firearms, did you and the other agents ultimately collect both spent rounds as well as unfired rounds in the property and at the house?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that's what generally the video is depicting from here on out?
Yes, sir, it is.
I would extensively ask questions about what evidence is there, if any, that these guns have actually been involved in a shooting the day of the crime. He's going to have to admit none, zero, no evidence that any of these are connected to the crime in any way whatsoever. And the jury should hear that. That would be interesting.
Is that empty box we were just talking about earlier?
Yes, sir, it is.
The top of the screen on top of those little shelves. Do you know what that is?
I don't see where you're talking, sir.
Let me back it up. Back it up one more time. That silvery thing, you know what that is? Right there.
I didn't catch a good look at it, sir.
Idiot.
It looks like a juice box drink.
Okay, juice box drink. All right, keep on going through it, please.
What's important for everybody to hear that there was a juice box. He's definitely done it now.
What's generally going on right here?
Still looking for any additional weapons or ammunition.
Who's sitting on the couch?
That would be Attorney Chris Wilson.
Through this. All right, bear with me. I'm going to kind of fast forward through this.
Yeah, me too.
And for the record, I'm at 4708.
Captain Ryan Neal.
Did you see who was on your cell phone right there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who was that?
Captain Ryan Neal.
Was that your boss at the time?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And so what are you doing right now?
I'm fixing to step outside to talk to him.
All right. Does your body camera go off at that point?
It does.
All right. Tell me what happens when you go outside. Do you go outside that stoop we showed earlier?
Yes, sir, I go out of the side door, same door we entered.
All right. And what, if anything, did you observe outside?
I observed on the ground right at the edge of the stoop, what appeared to be a 300 blackout spent shell casing, appeared to be weathered as if it had been there for some time.
Okay. And what if any?
So that means that he's been using this ammo all the time. Again, that goes towards the defense, because if it's been there for some time, then it's very common for him to be using that gun. So, again, it goes even to more reasonable doubt that he would have this gun and he's fired it before. So even if there's gun residue, it could be from one of the previous times that he's fired it, and not specifically from that day.
Anything that you decided to do at that point?
After talking to Captain Neal, I went back inside. I asked Special Agent Anthony Sampson to step outside with me so that we could secure those shell casings. We again activated the body-worn camera, and we walked outside and we secured we secured shell casings from around that stoop.
Okay. Bear with me real quick. All right, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 260 for identification at this time, and why don't you have to take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, let me take them back real quick.
You didn't even ask him what it is.
What are these?
Those are the spent shell casings, which I picked up from around the stoop on the outside of 4147 Moselle Road outside the gun room.
All right, and when you say that they were in weather condition, what do you mean by that?
It means that it's
the
been
brass
just
is
lying there.
tarnished. They had dirt in them. It just appeared they had been sitting in the weather for a while.
And did
Interesting. Did you find any spent 300 casings around the house that were brand new, but not near where the murders were? Because that would kind of imply that that gun that you found there might have been used in the murder, but doesn't seem so.
I could have the helmet out, please.
Of course, a bullet can tarnish before it's fired, not only after, but yeah, I'm not expecting this guy to actually completely think about every possibility.
Did they appear to be shiny, like the bullets that were with the magazine that the jury earlier saw from the prior exhibit?
No, sir.
All right, I'm just going to put this exhibit without objection, put it up on the screen. It's marked for identification at this time. And again, if you could describe for the jury the condition of those cases when they caught your eye.
I apologize. I couldn't hear what you said.
My apologies. Again, if you would, just describe for the jury what you're talking about about these cases when that caught your eye when you saw them outside.
Well, the brass was not shiny as a new casing would be.
So?
It appeared that it had been sitting in the weather for some time. It had began to tarnish inside of the where the bullet had been expelled from the end. The inside had dirt, grass. Obviously, it had been there for a while.
What was the brand and type of ammunition?
SMB 300 blackout, come on.
You found
SMB 300 BOK, Butch blackout.
Let me go to the video if I could, please.
My God. I hope there are people in the jury who are really educated about firearms and that also themselves have huge collections of firearms, because that would make it less likely for him to just get shafted over owning various firearms. And he would also be able to help the jury understand which types of ammunition are more common and less common. So if it's really, really common for shotguns to be 12 gauge, then obviously they're going to find 12 gauge shotguns if he has a bunch of them.
All right, what are y'all doing on the screen right here?
We are locating the 300 shell casings.
What's Agent Sampson doing right there?
He is picking the shell casing up.
Is that one of the casings that's in this bag right here that you identified?
Yes, sir, it is. Shell casing.
What's that right there?
That is another shell casing on the, if you're facing the door or the stoop door, it'd be on the left-hand side of the stoop.
Is that one of the ones that are in this bag, States Exhibit 260?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what brand and type?
S&B 300 be okay.
Now, just for the record, I don't know what's common ammo and what isn't common ammo in an AR. I've been using, for a short while, an M16 during my military
That
service.
would be another S&B 300 blackout shell casing.
One of the ones in this bag we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
A little bit. Or just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
At that point, y'all collected all 5 cases that are in this bag?
Yes, sir, we had.
This guy really looks like a knockoff version of Donald Trump.
Go to any other locations that day. What day is this right now, with those videos you just watched?
6/8 of 21.
21. On in the property to search, to your recollection.
I don't think it was that day, no, sir.
Okay. Did you ultimately go and search a shed at the property?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And what specifically did y'all search at the shed?
The trash that had been taken away from the house.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161 to your testimony. And see if you
Okay.
recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell me what that exhibit is, please.
This is a video of my body-worn camera when we were actually digging in the trash that was we took to the shed and dug through.
Did they just leave the trash like that afterwards, or did they clean up?
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 161 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
That's correct.
It's admitted.
All right. Exhibit 161. Tell me what we're seeing. We're at 28 seconds in. What are we seeing right there?
That is the large shed that's our hangar.
Are we gonna go through every fucking piece of garbage that they went through?
Doghouse. To the far right is the, I think it's chicken coop. Went through some trash that we had secured.
All right. Step down for me, if you would, please. Let's kind of point that out.
Show us the exact procedure of digging through the trash, please. Could you show the jury?
Out for the jury. So where are the kennels in this particular video? All right. Where's the little doghouse shed?
That's
With various cages?
I'm skipping because we don't get to see it anyway. We don't know what he's talking about.
What are y'all about to do right here?
we're about to dig in trash.
Digging trash?
It took you about, what, like 2 minutes to get to the part where they started digging in the trash? Come on now.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fun job?
It's not, but it has to be done.
Yeah, how about you poke some fun at your own witness, you idiot?
I have 120. All right, at 124, I'm just going to fast forward it some. What is that image right now at 145 that's
Is that a used condom?
on the screen?
That is a empty box, 12 gauge premium turkey load ammunition.
All right, and what
Oh my god.
is that right there?
An empty box of 12 gauge long beard, 3.5 inch, let's see, 2 ounce, number 4 shot.
You're now making it more... You're now making it look exactly like they've been using guns all the time. They just shoot guns all over the place, meaning there's going to be leftover casings all over the place, mixing up the ones that were actually used in the crime and the ones that have just been fired around the property. And they go hunting very often.
Right there.
Because you don't just have hunting dog kennels if you don't go hunting.
That is a empty box of 12 gauge. It's got Browning on it, TSS. It's a 3.5 inch, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
Mr. Prosecutor, what are you trying to show? That he had 7 guns at the same time and he wasted like 4 boxes of ammo on his wife and kid who were killed at close range? I don't get it.
All right, for the record, I'm fast forwarding then.
Me too.
That is
What is
appeared to be a credit card statement or receipt, and it's got an item circled on it.
What is it? Like a pile of body bags?
And was there was an item circled on it?
That is correct.
And what was the store on that particular item?
What?
Goosey store?
Gucci?
Yeah.
All right. And what was the amount?
Wait, why are his Gucci purchases relevant?
$1,021.10.
Okay. And somebody had circled that particular entry, is that correct?
That is correct.
Oh, I get it. He killed his wife because she spent too much money on Gucci. That's what he's trying to imply here. I'm going to take a moment to internalize just how ridiculous that is. Of course, this is probably going to be building up towards some kind of problem they had in the relationship where she was wasting a lot of money and they kept arguing over money. But again, implications are not actual evidence that he murdered anybody. A Gucci receipt as evidence is really, really ridiculous. I noticed that the defense aren't objecting. They don't give a fuck. Yeah. I'm gonna go back, look at this guy's face. Yeah, he can't believe they were digging through the trash and finding, like, credit cards receipts for Gucci as evidence in his trash.
For the record, I'm just fast forwarding.
Keep in mind, this is a double homicide. We're looking for a connection between him and the guy who killed 2 people. They're digging through the trash for Gucci receipts.
Y'all searching through the trash, is that right?
Yes, sir, we are.
My
Did you find
God.
anything else of note in that trash?
No, sir, we did not.
What about any used condoms? Maybe, I don't know, maybe used tampons? Like, why aren't you just throwing out a bunch of other random shit that you found in his trash? Why is it just the Gucci? Wait, and they literally found nothing except empty boxes and a Gucci receipt. Why does the jury have to listen to this? If I was a defense, I would say, okay, so what you're telling me is you dug through the trash and all you found was empty boxes and a Gucci receipt, and for some reason the prosecutor decided to ask you about it and waste something like 20 minutes of the jury's time getting to this. And keep in mind, he fast-forwarded to the garbage Gucci receipt. This is pathetic.
Alright, I'll show you what's been marked as. Stand by.
What is it, a purse from Gucci?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214, which is an evidence bag, and see if you recognize what's in there.
He's trying to feel it, he doesn't
Yes,
know.
I do.
All right, tell me what's in that bag.
These are the shell boxes which I described on the video, or observed on the video, and
Oh
it's
my
the
God.
receipt, credit card receipt, which was torn.
They kept it!
Trash.
They
The one
kept
with the
it in
circle thing with
evidence.
Gucci on it.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I've moved State's Exhibit 214 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Why?
Jump ahead in the story just a little bit. Did you ultimately return out to the scene to do an additional search, or out to the property as a whole to do an additional search?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and do you remember what date that was? Roughly?
I think it was the 13th.
Okay.
Of what
What were
month?
you looking for on that particular search?
Again, looking for any firearms, shells, shell casings that would could be tested for a potential weapon to use during a crime.
All right. And do you remember?
So basically you came back at a later date, meaning that you trusted Alex to not, well, unless he was under arrest at the time, or disallowed from entering his own house. But assuming that he kept on living there, which I guess might not be the case, he could have actually cleaned up after everybody left, and then they would come back to find nothing if he was actually the murderer.
Remember who were some of the other agents that were out there, or what else was going on at that time?
I think Agent McAllister was there. If I'm not mistaken, Mindy may have been there. There was a number of agents there.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, or marked right now, is State's Exhibit 152 and 151, and see if you recognize those items generally.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And can you tell the jury just generally what those items are?
It's 300 blackout ammunition and magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition.
Another one?
That was collected.
All right. And was this collected at various locations on the property during that search?
Yes, sir.
At various places? How can a magazine be collected from various places? Unless they collected bullets from various places and then stuffed them into the magazine. Or they mean that they found multiple magazines containing this ammo all over the place. Which, again, would mean that him having this ammo is just ubiquitous. And it's not really anything suspicious at all. And it's just commonplace for this type of ammo to be there. I don't get it. And be right back.
One into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection. How much more time do you have with this witness on direct?
Jesus.
There's still a fair amount to cover, Your
Oh
Honor.
my
All right.
God.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break, talking only to the jury. Everyone else remains seated. We will reconvene at in an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. Please go to the jury room.
Yeah, so we're basically almost cut off in real time then.
Move on. Special Agent Croft, a couple things I want to kind of go back to just as a housekeeping matter before we move on to new matter. And
Oh, a new matter, okay.
all right, so we'll show you some images. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What we're doing first: 163, 173, 158.
Oh my
175,
God.
176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183. And just have you generally flip through those and see if you recognize those images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just generally, what are these images of, if you would?
Those are still images taken from my body-worn camera the day of the 8th.
So these are still images from the body-worn cameras that the jury saw prior to lunch?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would move in states 163, 173, 175, 176, 11. Through these real quick if we could, if I could get the input to the Elmo. Looks like it is on the Elmo. All right. We got this fancy hood up here for us. Apologies would be
That is a picture.
163.
That is a picture of the pool table in the gun room that with the 300 AR-15 300 blackout sitting on the pool table, which I collected out of the gun rack.
All right, and that person right there, who is that?
That is Mark Bull.
All right, I'm going to show the jury now 173. And tell me what this image is, please.
That is that AR-15 rifle 300 blackout sitting in the gun wall before it was pulled from the gun wall, placed on the table.
All right. Still image 158. Can you tell me what that is, please?
That is what I was describing as the side door which enters to the gun room without going through the main part of the house. The stoop and out in front of that is where items were collected.
And what items are you talking about?
The 300 spent shell casings were collected out in front of the stoop.
All right. Going to go now to Exhibit 175, and what is that image?
That is the same side door, just a different angle, same stoop.
All right. 176, tell me what that is, please.
That is the brick landing at the bottom of the stoop, and just in the center, down low, close to the bottom, you can see a 300 spent 300 blackout casing.
What am I pointing out with my finger right now?
That is the spent 300 blackout casing.
All right. Go to exhibit number 177. Tell me what this still image from your body cam reflects.
That is my hand, and I have picked up a spent 300 blackout casing from the side of the stoop.
All right.
Seems that there's a lot more casings than there are dead people.
Those are the 300 blackout casings which were collected at the in front of the stoop.
All right. And now 180.
That is the left-hand side of the entrance of the gun room, just in the flower bed.
All right. And do we see cases in that image? You can step down if you need to. I know your screen's pretty small. If you need to step down, that's fine.
I can't pick it out on that picture.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 180 and see if you can make it out.
Yes, sir. It will be at the bottom of the picture, about in the center.
All right. Well, let me have you come around, or you can do it. I'm going to put it back up and do it screen for the jury, please.
It would be right here.
All right. Sounds good. You can retake the stand, please. All right. Moving on to 181. Tell the jury what this still image reflects, please.
That is three of the 300 blackout spent casings that was collected at the base of at the front of the stoop.
All right. And then finally, jumping the gun, we have 183. Tell me what that reflects.
That would be to the, I believe, the right-hand side of the stoop, and just at the end of my hand, I'm fixing to pick up a spent 300 blackout casing.
What is my finger pointing to right there?
That is the 300 blackout casing, which I'm talking about.
All right, thank you. Right before lunch, there was admitted into evidence states 152 and 151, and you got your readers with you?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you remind us where those items were collected, please?
The ammo was collected from the shelving in the gun room, 300 blackout ammo, on 9/13 of 21, and the 300 blackout the 243 magazine with 300 blackout ammo in it was collected from a black Ford F-150 that was located on the property.
And you got a knife on you?
I do, yes, sir.
You mind opening that exhibit for us? And let's take a look at those items, please.
This crinkly sound is pissing me off. Does he really have to do it right in front of the microphone?
Do you want me to open the brown bag also?
I do, please.
God, no.
mess with that one first, if we could. Can you remove the item from its packaging, please? What you got there?
It's a magazine which fits the AR style rifle that is loaded with 300 blackout ammunition.
All right, and can you see what brand that is on there?
SMB,
You can see?
blah, 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 blah. We know already.
Appears to be S&B 300 blackout.
S&B 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
Take that item. I'm going to put this up on the screen so the jury. All right, go ahead and open the other one for me, please. Before we move on, we're not pulling all the ammo out. Does this magazine appear to be relatively full?
It's pretty heavy, so it's pretty cool.
All right. Let's see the
What is pretty full? It's a binary question. If it's a 30 bullet magazine, then at 29 bullets it's not full. At 30 bullets it is full. I could argue that maybe 29 bullets is also considered full because in old models of magazines, or at least in old magazines, if you really put the maximum number of bullets in there and just kept them in the magazine for a really long time, then you would basically strain your spring, and eventually it would lose its springiness over time and and cause issues with the magazine itself. So you usually would go one bullet below the maximum so that it has some slack. But that has not been the case for a very long time. So there's either a full magazine or a not full magazine.
Go ahead and just put that one back for me, please.
And again, if the magazines are full, that indicates they have not been used, doesn't it? Or they've been used and refilled, but again, it goes back to the timeline that you say he did it. He had a lot of things to put back in place the way it was to be not suspicious during those 2 hours that he had. Oh God, I'm gonna skip through this.
What you got in there?
This is another magazine that fits the AR style rifle. It's loaded with 300 blackout.
Can you tell the particular brand of that 300 blackout?
SMB, come on, we know already what his answer is gonna be. Why do we have to do this?
It's head stamped S&B 300 blackout.
God damn it.
Let me go put that up on the screen for the jury.
He's playing games. I don't like this. Does SMB happen to be the most common brand of 300 blackout rounds? I would argue. I would guess so.
All right. Just real quick before you put it back, does that, we're not taking all the bullets out or cartridges out, does that appear to be fairly well loaded?
It's got some weight to it. It feels like it's fairly loaded.
What does that mean?
Turn that to its
It's
back.
got some weight to it. It's not a bullet count. What the fuck are you doing? So I mean, if the magazine has a steel frame instead of an aluminum frame, then that means it's more full. What a dumb...
We've been talking about guns for a
God
while.
damn
Let's
it.
talk about something else for a minute, and then we'll get back to guns. You got it back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going back to June 8th, 2021, were you present when any efforts were made to collect the cell phone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
I was.
All right. And who all were you present with when that when that happened? And just kind of describe the events as they took place, please.
It was myself, Special Agent McAllister, Captain Ryan Neal, Dylan Hightower. There was one or two more people there, but I don't recall.
Okay. And ultimately, was that phone located?
The phone was located a short distance from the crime scene.
All right. And where was it, just generally?
If you would come out of 41, out of the driveway of the residence, take a right on Moselle Road, quarter mile, half mile. I don't recall the exact distance, on the left-hand side of the road, kind of in the grass area.
When y'all found it, what happened then? Who picked it up? Who collected it? What happened to it at that point?
Captain Neal picked it up. Special Agent McAllister held it in her hand while a picture was taken of it, gloved hand. We were given the passcode to the phone. Passcode was entered into the phone just to verify that it would work, it would unlock, and it did work, it did unlock. It was immediately shut, locked back, and then passcode was written on a sticky note. It was packaged and ultimately turned over to crime scene.
Okay. And you were there when all that happened, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Aside from the things y'all just described, was it otherwise manipulated or tampered with or changed in any way?
Other than what you said.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification at this time as Exhibit 204, and have you just take a look at that and see if you recognize that item.
Damn, the paper crinkling is so annoying.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that item is.
This is the phone that was recovered on the side of the road belonging to Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
The one you just described?
Yes, sir, it is.
The one that was secured by Captain Neal?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, put it back for me if you will. Just real quick. All right, at this time, Your Honor, we would move Exhibit 204 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Submitted.
All right. Let me ask you this question. Do you know a guy by the name of John Bedingfield?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that somebody you knew before this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how do you know him, just generally?
John grew up in Barnwell, just like myself. He actually has a son that's the same age as my son. They went to school together, played ball together. Known John
What?
for a number of years.
And what does John do for a living, do you know?
He is a DNR officer.
All right. And does he have a side business?
He does.
And just generally, what is that side business?
Why are we
He-
talking
he's
about
got
this
a
random
gun
guy?
business where he builds, works on
Okay.
firearms.
Okay. And prior to this case ever happening, did you ever have any conversation with John Bedingfield about whether or not he had assembled any guns for Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And is that
Prior
something
to
that
this
you knew
case?
prior to this case ever taking place?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's
After
weird.
This case took place. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know what ammunition was used by those guns that were assembled by John Bedingfield for Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what ammunition was used in those guns?
Hearsay.
Everything here is based on hearsay for sure.
Yes, not all for the truth of the matter asserted this time, but effect on the listener for his actions.
Bullshit.
Anything further?
It's still hearsay, and I'm not sure
What? Yeah, that was a
what
weird
his actions
response.
are in response to the hearsay. I mean, he's asking questions about what he learned well before these crimes.
Yup.
Objections overruled.
That's dumb. Come on,
So
Judge.
what was the ammunition in the guns, from what John Bedingfield told you?
The guns were built and chambered for 300 blackout.
All right. As this case developed, did that prior fact that you knew, did that cause you to take any actions?
Yes, sir, it did.
And tell me what actions you took based on that prior knowledge you had.
I contacted John Bedingfield and asked him if he could provide me with paperwork for the weapons that was purchased by Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
All right. And was that after these particular crimes that took place?
That was after, yes, sir.
All right. You remember roughly when that was?
It was within a day or so that I talked to him, yes, sir.
All right. And did he ultimately provide you some paperwork?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was that the only conversation you had with John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts that he built for Alec Murdaugh?
No, sir, it was not.
Was there a subsequent conversation?
Yes, sir.
Did you call him back or did he call you back?
I called him back and then to require of potential additional 300 blackout that was purchased by and paid for by Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. So you called him with an inquiry, is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me what your inquiry was to John Bedingfield.
Prior to the case?
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, turned away.
That's okay.
Tell me what your specific inquiry was to John Bedingfield that second time when there was a subsequent conversation.
The second time that I talked to John was to inquire about whether or not he built a third 300 blackout to replace a gun that
was
Paul
stolen.
Had misplaced or had gotten stolen.
Now I get
earlier
it. Okay.
In 2017.
All right. And in response to that inquiry, did John Bedingfield provide you some additional paperwork?
Yes, he did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as standby for me real quick. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked at this time for identification only. States 247. Stand by for me, just real quick. All right, and I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked for identification only this time as Exhibit 247 and see if you recognize that paperwork.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just, again, without describing the contents, tell the jury what this paperwork is, please.
It's a copy of canceled checks and copy of the sale of firearm.
All right, and this was documentation that was provided to you in response to your inquiries to John Bedingfield?
That is correct.
And who gave this documentation to you?
John Bedingfield.
All right, I'm going to, again, without going into the contents, look at the second page and tell me, is that the document that was provided in response to your second inquiry when you called him back about a third black?
Isn't that asserting
Yes, sir,
it for
it
the
is.
truth of the matter? Come on now. most of his questions had nothing to do with the state of mind of this particular witness. This is so ridiculous, and he just lied to the judge bold-faced.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you two exhibits. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162 first, and it's a disc, and see if you recognize that particular exhibit, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that exhibit is.
That is a disc from, or excuse me, a video from my body-worn camera of a collection of shell casings.
All right, and does it have a date on when that occurred on it?
6/16/2021.
All right, so this is different from what we've already talked about, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 248 and see if you recognize that particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and is that additional body cam footage from that search on 6/16/21?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I would move both Exhibits 248 and 162 into evidence and leave without objection.
Correct, Your Honor.
Admit it.
All right, so got a search on 6/16/21. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that search, how it came to pass, what was going on, and then we'll get to the footage as to what occurred.
Okay. During the investigation process, we learned that there was a shooting range and some bodies of water on the property. And when I say on the property, it's across the road from the incident location. Through discussion with the investigative team, it was decided that we needed to go over to that shooting range and also search that body of water for any potential evidence that may be found.
And this shooting range, that was still part of the Murdaugh property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct. It was.
Let me guess, they found empty 300 shells inside the water. So what?
Would be kind of diagonal to your left from where the kennels are at.
All right. And the information received was that the family used that as a shooting range?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let me show you quickly. Go ahead and just quickly show you these. Show you what's been marked as exhibits 184, 185, and 186, and see if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what those are generally, please.
One is the picture of the shoot house. The other is the picture of the inside of the shoot house, and then the third picture is a picture of the area next to the waterway where we collected some items.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move exhibits 184, 185, and 186, state's exhibits in evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
All right, very quickly, let's put this up on the screen. 184, again, tell the jury what that is, please.
That is what I'm describing as a shoot house. It has a bench inside where you would set up to shoot targets out in front.
All right, 185, what does that represent, please?
That is on the inside of the shoot house, the chair, the stand where you would sit, and obviously the rail where you would rest your weapon.
All right, what are these little shiny things on the floor there?
That's brass from firearms that's already been fired.
All right, and is that how the scene looked when you found it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and then finally, 186, what does that represent?
That is two 12-gauge spent shotgun shells that was collected over near the waterway behind where we had set our.
Oh my God, there were spent shotgun shells all over the place, despite Paul only having received 2 shots.
Our dive
That just means he's super mega ultra guilty.
trailer up.
All right. If I could have the inputs changed to the video, please. All right. This time, I'm going to play Exhibit 162. For the record, I'm going to fast forward it to about 43 seconds into the video.
Which we don't get to see.
Is that the shooting house as you observed it?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm now at 1 minute and 19 seconds, and I have it paused. But tell me, what is this thing right here that's kind of up on the counter of that shooting house?
That would be a rest that you would put your rifle in when you're sighting it in or shooting downrange at targets to help stabilize it.
All right, when you're
Why
sighting
is
in,
any of
just
this
real quick, explain to
relevant?
the jury what you're trying to do when you sight in a rifle that you would use that rest for.
When you're zeroing your rifle, whether it be 100 yards, 200 yards, you want to hold a rifle as still as possible, obviously. You would have a target downrange at whatever distance you're sighting it in at. You would fire 1, 2, 3 rounds, and then you would adjust your optics and continue till you get it zeroed to where you want it.
And zero means it's shooting where you're aiming.
Yes, sir.
Which isn't usually the case with a weapon that you use very frequently, because then you don't
Ultimately,
need
I'm gonna fast
many
forward
adjustments.
through a fair amount of this, but ultimately, after seeing those cases on the floor, did you see any 300 blackout that you recognized just looking down were 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And did you send Special Agent David Owen to go get some envelopes so you could collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And ultimately, did you collect about 17 S&B cases at that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
Hold it.
For the record, I'm at 11 minutes and 3 seconds in the video.
What is it?
God damn, this noise is horrifying.
Head stamp is S&B. Okay. 300. That AACBLK.
What are you reading out right there?
I'm reading the numbers to identify, the identifiers off the head stamp of the shell casing.
Moving now to 1207.
S&B. 300. AACBLK.
Same ammunition?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to move now
blackout, AAC, be okay.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Also near the right leg of the shoot tank. Above the chair. Okay. S and K, 300 blackout. S and K. I'm sorry. S and G. Yeah, same head strap. S and D is what you were saying. Well, wasn't any different. Hang on. I'm sorry, it is S and D. Oh,
Every time I hear SMB, the only thing I can think of is Super Mario Brothers.
okay. AAC, be okay.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1619.
S and D, 300 blackout, AAC, be okay.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1721.
In front, instead of
Check that. 1717.
be okay, 300 blackout.
A little too far. Let's back up to 1712.
S and D, 300, AAC, be okay, 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving now to 18:00, about 18 minutes even.
300 blackout, will be the AAC, okay? S and D, 300 blackout, will be the AAC, be okay.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Between the table leg and the wall of the shootout,
Now we're at 1847.
it's gonna be S and D. 300 blackout, it's gonna be 300, AAC, be okay.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
So, okay.
Moving now to 2221.
Same head.
Excuse that, 2216.
Snap S and D, 300, AAC, be okay.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Be okay.
2309.
Will be S and D, 300 blackout.
I'm gonna be skipping a lot
There
of
it
this
is.
now.
Now we're at 2356.
Corner. South, E,
Yes, sir, it is.
52.
S and D, 300 blackout.
This is super repetitive.
I'm gonna move it forward.
Please do.
All right, we're at now at 2802.
S and B, BL, blackout. BLK.
Yes, sir, it is.
32.
Yes, sir, it is.
Are we done?
You participated in multiple searches at various locations on the Murdaugh property at Moselle Road, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you repeatedly find S&B 300 blackout ammunition, both fired and unfired, at various locations throughout that property?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I did.
It's ubiquitous.
We'll do one more very quick one, and this will be Exhibit 248.
And none of this is actual direct evidence.
Where we are and what we're seeing here again, please, if you would.
This location is going to be between where the shoot house was located and the body of water that was there. It's where we had our dive trailer set up and table set up with a shade so that we could actually get out of the weather if we needed to.
And are you collecting any items here?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are you collecting?
Spent 12-gauge shotgun shells.
All right, I'm going to let that play for a second. And we're at, for the record, we're at 24 seconds in.
Hold that.
All right, let's see. For the record, I'm stopping at 1 minute and 14 seconds. I'm going to show you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. And are there, in fact, shotgun shells present in there?
There is.
All right. And where were those collected from, those red shotgun shells?
It's depicted on the video on the Murdaugh property right near the waterway
All right.
at the shooting range.
Why are we talking about their fucking shooting range? What does it do except confuse the jury? Of course, that's what I think the point is.
Talk about some of the things that you did in this case, and you've told this jury that a primary focus that you had here, because of your general knowledge of firearms, was to gather that type of evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
But you also participated in interviews in this case as well, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
You talked about interviewing Rogan Gibson. You talked about interviewing John Bedenfield, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Did you interview the defendant or participate in an interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
You remember what day that was that you participated in an interview with the defendant?
I don't remember the actual date.
Let me show you Exhibit 243 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that disc?
This is a recorded interview which was conducted with Alex Murdaugh on 6/10 of 2021.
Are your initials on this disc?
They are.
Jim. Your Honor, at this time we would offer an evidence States Exhibits 243, I believe, without objection.
Submit it.
All right, let's play the video.
While you're setting that up, might I move this gun case around? The defendant can't see the jury. Thank you.
Just do a quick bit of housekeeping. You had talked earlier about your inquiries to John Bednafield about the 300 blackouts. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And I want to show you what's been marked for ID only 245 at this time and see if you recognize that document. You pull it out of your sleeve.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And without going into the contents of that document, where did you get that particular document?
I received this document from John Benfield.
As part of the inquiries that you earlier described to the jury?
That is correct.
All right. I'll take that off here. The interview of the defendant on June 10th, 2021, where did that take place?
It was in Senior Special Agent David Owens' patrol vehicle in the yard of Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting lodge.
Your Honor, this time we're going to play Exhibit 243, the second interview of Alec Murdaugh.
Can I take this call really
Yes,
quick?
sir, go
This
right
is
ahead.
my sister-in-law,
Yes, go ahead.
and she's trying to. Hey, Marion. Okay, Lynn, I'm meeting with Marion, when I'm meeting with law enforcement, so I'll call you in just a minute.
Don't have a card.
That's fine.
Did Chelsea call you? Okay. Okay. Can you let Chelsea know and then make her run Lynn down? Okay, well, tell her to go get Christy to find Lynn. Get any one of the secretaries to find her. All right. Thank you. Sorry to put that on you. Bye.
That's all right. One thing I want to do before we start is I'd like to get a cell phone exam so we can just corroborate everything. Get a consent, and I got a guy here that's going to do it.
Are you going to download it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So I'll get to keep my phone?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Who was the guy that was there to download Alex's phone? Do you remember?
Dylan Hightower with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
He works with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
That is correct.
At that point in time, that was the prosecutor's office in charge of the case?
That is correct.
It was not until August that the case got sent to the Attorney General's office?
That is correct.
How much attorney-client privilege stuff is on there?
A lot.
Okay. We do have a taint attorney that's going to examine it before we ever do.
What is a tank attorney?
A taint attorney, they look at somebody who's not affiliated with the case that makes sure that there's...
They look at people's taints. Ugh.
Jim, do you know? Can you explain it better?
Sure, and I mean, it's a privileged attorney that doesn't, if there is attorney-client privilege information, it's redacted or extracted by the taint attorney.
How do they know who's the client?
I know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Whatever it is.
yeah.
You know what?
But
if y'all get some
but whoever
attorney-client stuff.
that is, you know, would go through me and then
So,
we'd work through it.
signature.
Just write your name here.
So, Alec, I've had situations where
It's not a big deal.
give me a list of all his clients or something like that, you know, but
I'll fill out the rest.
you know, I think the big thing, Joe, is, I mean, when you download that phone, I don't know if emails come with it or not, because that's probably where all this attorney-client privilege stuff.
And we can actually isolate the emails.
Yeah, that's probably. You don't text clients, but.
No, I do. I text a lot of clients.
Okay.
I'm not a big emailer.
Is that at 11 or 12, or do you know?
I do not know.
I can tell you that in case for you if you want me to. back, you should have a number. And what was your date of birth again, Mr. Murdaugh?
2768.
10. And last one, social. Get old.
7.
You got the light?
7483, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Doesn't say anything on it. No, most of the new ones don't.
Probably have to open it up.
Oh, well, this guy. Jim, you want to witness that for me, please? And if you got a passcode or
My passcode is,
write it on there.
start at the bottom 9, go up 9669.
Why are we hearing his password?
Yes, sir.
That's fucked up.
All right, let me run this till. I'll be right back.
That should have been completely redacted. There's no reason for the jury to know his password.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm actually from Barnwell.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
I got some cousins in Barnwell.
Got people in Barnwell too. Mixon.
Mixing on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my.
You kin to Dickie Mixon?
I don't know. You know that Mixon was my Uncle Ray Mixon, and his son Teddy and Bobby and a bunch of them. Then
You know,
Freddie Mixon. He was.
I knew Freddie Mixon very well.
And his wife Etta and Jill.
Mr. Freddie goes to Elko Church.
Yeah. Not anymore. He did.
I mean, he went.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I was at his funeral. He had a tiger paw casket at his funeral. He's a big Clemson guy.
you know Big John Bedingfield, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
I know John.
That's my cousin.
Okay.
Right there.
John Bedingfield, the DNR officer who is also the one that built the AR style rifles, 300 blackout for him.
In Sweet Caroline.
John's son and my son are the same age. They were in school together.
So, did you grow up in Barnwell?
Yes, sir. All right, sir. So he's got it, and he's taking care of that.
But I get it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir.
Did he
so
get
when
it
we
back?
spoke the other night, I got kind of a basic overview,
Yes, sir.
and it was pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So I want you to, let's start Monday morning and take me through your day.
Monday morning, you know, did I do Monday morning? My wife and my older son had gone to the baseball games that weekend. You know, I really can't remember what I did Monday. I know I went to work, but you know, I think I was dragging a little bit from the weekend, and but I went to work. I usually mess around on my farm, and then I go to work. I was at work. You know.
Were you at the office in Hampton, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I was at my office in Hampton. You know, I mean, I was just at
I
my
guess that
office
could be
doing-
corroborated.
Legal work.
Yes, sir. I'm sure I can go back and probably recreate some specifics if you need me to, but I can't, like, sit here and recall on the top of my head exactly what I was working on. I know one thing I was working on was we had some big motions coming up in a Dominion Energy case. I was getting ready for those. And I was getting ready for some motions. I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were
Yup.
some motions coming up in that on Thursday.
By the way, I have been since informed about what the boat incident is roughly. And so, okay, mute me for the next 30 seconds if you guys don't want to know what it's about. But for those who do, then stay tuned. What happened was... Okay. What happened was, he was in a boat with a bunch of friends. They were probably drunk. He collided with a bridge, and he caused 2 injuries and 1 death. One of their friends, I suppose, got a concussion and then went overboard. A 19-year-old female, and she died as a result of it. And yeah, it was under active litigation, and apparently one of the family members is on video saying that he's going to kill Paul. So that's, I suppose, why his father suspected that it was something to do with that. Again, make up your own mind about that, how that relates to the circumstances of this case.
And I was mostly just getting ready for those things. And then
Question as to what he was doing the day of the murders,
That is correct, yes, sir.
and he said he was working on some motions in the Dominion Energy case, and then also where he's personally a defendant in the boat case. Is that correct?
That is correct,
And that's
yes,
what
sir.
he said he was doing the day of the murders. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you.
other junk.
What time did you leave the house to go to the office?
I'm not sure.
Who all was at the house when you left?
To go to my office
Yes.
that morning,
Or when you got up, who was at the house?
I'm sure my wife was. And I can't remember if Blanca had made it out there yet or not.
And who was Blanca?
Blanca is our housekeeper.
Okay, okay.
And she comes different. She doesn't have set hours, but she comes most days. She'll be able to tell you if I was there when she left or not.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
What was the name of the housekeeper?
Blanca?
Yeah, when she left or not.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
I left a little bit earlier than normal because my son Paul was coming home.
Okay.
Because he had not been with us during the weekend, and he was coming home. We were going to replant some sunflowers the next day,
Okay.
and so he was calibrating, doing, and getting everything ready. So he got home a little early. I left a little early, so he and I could knock around, and we knocked around for, just doing things we like to do out there.
Okay.
We're riding around looking at food plots, looking for hogs, a little bit of target shooting, just bullshit.
Yeah. You said Paul wasn't with you over the weekend. Where does he live with you at the house on Moselle?
Well, I mean, that's his home, but
Yeah.
he has an apartment in Columbia.
Okay.
And he goes to Charleston a lot of weekends with his buddies.
Okay.
And he had been in Charleston for the weekend.
Okay.
And then Paul works for my brother John. That's out here. You met John.
Yes, sir.
So Paul works for him. So Paul decided to he went to spend the night with my brother, his Uncle John. They were very, very close.
Okay.
Sunday night.
Okay.
And then he worked for John Marvin, and he came home Monday afternoon.
Okay.
Just real quick, Alec Murdaugh told you that he left work a little earlier than normal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what he said.
And one of the things he told you is they were riding around looking for hogs. Is that right?
Looking for hogs, yes, sir.
Do people often use 300 blackout to shoot hogs?
They do.
About roughly what time in the afternoon?
I would think it'd be somewhere.
Actually, where I live, there are hog hunters that basically, or wild boar hunters that sell wild boar meat, and it's delicious. It's probably one of my favorite wild game meats.
In the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were. It wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
And we rode. We just rode around. We rode around our dove field, looking at how the corn was doing. He and I had planted corn in the dove field, and he planted the corn in the duck pond, and he was, showing me how much better his corn was doing than mine was. And we rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
You know, we rode the property. Then, you know, I mean, we rode around so much. We just rode. Probably. It was a good little while. It was more than 20 minutes or 30 minutes. And, you know, was it 2 hours? I don't know. I'd say it was more than an hour probably.
Really wasn't keeping track of time?
And it wasn't, you know, it wasn't getting dark. Mama wasn't home yet. She had gone to a doctor's appointment. So, you know.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, target practice, what y'all shooting?
Just a little bottle. You mean what gun?
Yeah.
A 22 Magnum.
Nice.
Rat shot.
I think. No, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
Okay.
He told you that they shot just a couple of times. The target shooting at a bottle, 22 Magnum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is 22 Magnum, is that a very small round, or is that a much larger rifle round like 300 Blackout?
That is a small round.
22 is about as small as it comes.
They make them smaller, but it is small.
So after y'all got finished riding around, try to take me through the rest of the evening.
All right. You know, at some point we were all back at the house together. Maggie had gotten home, and you know, we sat down, we ate supper, which we usually eat supper together. The one thing I remember, I don't know how much detail y'all want, so if I start talking about something that you don't need, just tell me and I'll move to something else.
That's very polite of him.
So Paul has been having high blood pressure, and his mama was worried sick about it. So we were actually, you know, this was a direct thing, getting him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, you know, it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be anyway. Okay. You know, I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, you know, Paul left because of, you know, what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
What did he tell you he did after Maggie and Paul went to the kennels?
He stayed in the house.
I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
You know, I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, you know, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
Honestly, I'm not picking up deception from him at all when he's talking to the cop. So if I'm wrong, then this guy is a massively good actor, and he's really, really good.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down from the other night.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So, you know, I texted her. So
Maybe
I
a bit
called
over
her just before
enthusiasm.
that. And, I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul or not.
And that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
So I left, drove. Well, you know, I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy. You know, I was certain that I heard them pull up. I mean, I was positive that I heard, and people don't just come out there. You know, we don't get like passed through. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
Okay.
Defendant told you that he thought he heard somebody pull up, but they didn't?
Yes, sir.
And
He
that
said he was
before,
sure
according
he
to
heard.
him, he left the house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, if you heard something pull up, what did it sound like?
You know, I can't tell you what it sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up, or that Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No, I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
You know,
And had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yep.
Okay.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close. It wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, you know, there's a wildcat that lives around that house.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car, but, you know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know?
At this point, the defendant tells you something about a wildcat running. He wasn't sure if it was a person.
Yes, sir, that's what he says.
But I really don't think, you know, I'm just
What's the
throwing that
point?
out there
No, I got
because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right.
That's totally fine.
I left. I drove to my mom's. I checked on
And
my
she
mom.
lives right out here, correct?
She lives at Alameda.
Okay.
Checked on my mom. Talked with Shelly for a few minutes. You know,
Shelly is?
the caregiver.
Okay.
And you know, I know that I called some people on the way there. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I know that I called Chris Wilson. I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few phone calls.
Okay.
And
Where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives, or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time job with Wild Wings
Okay.
through January.
Gotcha.
You know, just kind of killing time. And he was in, his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam, so he had to be in Charlotte, so he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Can I open the store?
Yes, sir. So
All right, so where are we? All right, so then I
you
left
your
my mom's.
and making phone calls.
I left my mom's, and I went back home. I got to the house. I went inside. Nobody was there. I got in the car. I went back to the kennels, and, you know,
And when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul, did you see anybody, any cars?
I didn't see
Take
anything
your
right
time.
then, no, sir.
Take your time.
You
Sounds
know,
genuine.
I saw Maggie, and I saw Paul laying down. I knew, you know, I didn't know, you know, I knew it was bad. I went over there, and, you know, I saw it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I called 911.
Okay.
Sounds completely genuine, I have to say.
And what made you decide to go back to the house and get a gun?
I just think the whole scene had me freaked out.
Okay. Did you take your car back up there, or did you run up there?
No, I drove.
Okay.
How did Elliot Murdaugh say he went back to the house after finding Maggie and Paul to
Okay.
supposedly go get a gun?
He drove.
Are we going to impeach him? on that?
And of course,
somehow?
the shotgun that we have is the one you brought back.
They were asking me earlier. I'm not sure which one it was.
Jim, it was a 12 gauge. And yeah, Ronnie had the question if it was 12 or 20. It was
This
12
is
gauge.
this is a long ass direct, so it's gonna be nearly impossible for anybody from the jury to remember everything.
Was that camo though? Right?
Yes, sir. I think it was the 12 camo Benelli. Benelli.
I think so. But that's about all you got, Benelli out there, right?
And we talked about this a little bit the other night too. I know Paul had been getting some threats and getting some being assaulted from, the boat. Who stands out in your mind, besides the boat incident? Who stands out in your mind that would want to come after Paul and or Maggie?
And or maybe you.
I mean, sir, I can't think of anybody who would want to go to that extreme. I mean, he got a bunch of threats, mostly from, I mean, I have no idea.
How would he receive most of those threats?
What do you mean?
I mean, would people call and hang up on him, or send him text, or
it wasn't
social
so much
media?
that. No, it was mostly like
In reality.
confrontations are the ones that I learned about. Now, I suspect his friends can probably tell you about more, because I doubt Paul told me about all of them.
Okay.
But I knew about a lot of them. There were a lot of times where people would come up to him and he'd be like, they'd say something about, you gonna tell me who was driving that boat, or you little piece of shit, were you driving that boat? Stuff like that.
Okay. Who did he go to Charleston with on the boat that weekend?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I know who his buddies are, but specifically who was on the boat with him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I can give you a list of names of who it probably was.
I would hope you be sure, considering that while all of this is taking place, you're during active litigation.
So, Joe, I don't know if you want me to weigh in here. You may want to put your pens down, but a good buddy of mine's son went fishing with me yesterday out in the ocean, and he has a best friend, and his dad's name is Lee Chapman. But
yeah,
the kid said, Lee's son said, that Paul slept on his couch in Charleston 2 nights before he was murdered. So it's Lee Chapman's son. I can get his name. He probably knows Lee's son. I don't know, but he goes to the Citadel. But that's where Paul was.
Okay.
And I learned that yesterday out on a fishing trip when I happened to stand it.
Well, cool. I mean, yes, sir. If you could get me Lee Chapman's son's contact information.
There was a bunch of Chapman cousins that Paul was very close with. The closest one being Wills Chapman and Frank Chapman.
Wills Chapman's his name, but I'll get your number for him.
And Frank is John Chapman's son, and Wills is Lee Chapman's son.
Yeah, okay. That's where you was.
And those boys are, they're just really good boys and friends of Paul's.
And one of them is Wills with an S, right?
That's right.
Wills? First time
And Wills
hearing
goes
that
to the
name.
Citadel. That you understand?
No, he's graduated from the
Graduated
Citadel.
from. Okay.
And Frank was in the Citadel, but I think he had some kind of, academic troubles. But I'm telling you now, I can promise you that, those boys love Paul.
Well,
it's absolutely.
Well, I just want to talk to them about their weekend and
Sure.
Yeah.
I can tell you this: in riding around with Paul, he was his normal bright, just he was a really great kid.
So, being a dad myself, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul when you had to call him down and scold him or correct him? What was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
Paul was drinking.
Irresponsibility. He was ADHD. He was bad about jumping from, and he had so many wonderful qualities now, but he was bad about jumping from, he'd start this, maybe not quite finish it, do something else. And, you know, you'll find out from his friends he had clothes strung out all over the state. He did that with clothes. He did that with guns. He did that with my boats.
Ooh.
So.
He lost what?
He would misplace stuff or just,
Okay.
leave stuff behind, right?
Yes, everywhere. Everywhere. I mean, he would go off for the weekend. Sometimes he wouldn't pack clothes because he's got clothes in somebody's house. I mean, Paul was one, he wouldn't understand how you go out, you know, you and a girl go out on a date. He liked the crowd.
And who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have a girlfriend right now.
Okay.
Alex, last time I talked to him was like 2 weeks ago, although we texted. He was going to Greenville for the weekend. I mean, he had friends up there, girlfriend up there?
No, we had a family thing in Greenville, and he came up, Paul didn't play golf. He came up on Friday and stayed Saturday, and then he left to go to Charleston, and we stayed another day to play golf. My niece on my wife's side is having a baby, and we went up for that.
And you said on Monday Maggie had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. And I know we talked about this on Monday. Do you recall the doctor that she went to, or for what the reason was?
Maggie had a couple little things going on, and I personally think she was going to see Dr. Gordine, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I can find out specifically though. Her mom will know.
Okay. And you said she and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
Yes.
Or that
With me.
with you? And what ball games?
Carolina Regional.
They didn't make it past those, did they?
No.
Okay. Paul was in Charleston, so he didn't hang out with y'all that weekend.
No, sir.
And what time did Maggie get back home Monday night?
It was after Paul and I had gone. She was not there when Paul and I left to go mess around.
Okay.
So, you know, it was sometime after that. So there was a point when, you know, she got back, we got back.
When y'all got back from riding around and messing around on the farm, was she home or?
Yes.
Okay.
The defendant told you that Maggie was home when they got back from riding around the property. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
So, and I don't believe she'd been home too long when.
And what's her car? That Mercedes that's out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you said Bianca had prepared dinner that night.
Yeah, Blanca cooked dinner that night because Maggie cooks. You know, when the boys are home, or she tries to really for me, but she wasn't going to be there that day, so she had Blanca cook a meal.
How is your relationship with Maggie?
Very good. As good as it could possibly be. I mean, you know, we had our issues, but wonderful.
And I'm just trying to understand the family dynamic.
I understand you got to do what you got to do, I promise.
What was y'all's biggest arguments? What your biggest the things that y'all would argue about the most, what would they be over?
I mean, we really didn't argue, but the basic...
Over Gucci bags, probably.
I'd say the only thing that caused any friction between us is she was always wanting us to go. And I love her in-laws. I mean, they're wonderful people. I love them to death. she was always wanting to go there, stay there a little longer than me and the boys wanted to stay. That was really, and it really, you know, she'd get ticked off.
Yeah. You mean her family? You said her in-laws. You mean her family?
I mean her family. I mean, we really didn't argue about much. We didn't have much to argue about. I mean, I'm sure there was an occasional thing that came up that we argued about, but I can't tell you what it is. I can't think of it.
Yeah. Take your time. Good. Tissues.
Is he laughing or crying? That's. Oh yeah.
And she was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. And she was a great mother. She, you know, she didn't work. And she always said it was her job since she was privileged enough not to work. She was going to make sure she took care of me and the boys. And I mean, she did everything. She did absolutely everything.
Well, not everything. I mean, you did have a housekeeper.
I'm sorry.
No, you have every right to do that.
I'm good. You go ahead.
That afternoon, or during the time you and Paul were riding.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go up to around the kennels or anything? Did y'all do anything up toward the kennels?
I'm sure we did. You know, that's our main shop is, you know, right there. But, you know, I mean, we're normally in there for long times tinkering, and I will say that particular day we did not tinker around there a bunch, you know.
When y'all rode around the farm, what were y'all? Were y'all in the truck or?
Well, we were actually in two trucks. We rode in one truck, and then we rode in another truck some. One was the black one, and one was the white one that was out there.
Okay.
Mr. Alec?
Yes, sir.
You know, the other day when we were there, we came in and we were talking with John a little bit.
Sure.
And you obviously got a lot of, I say a lot, you said 20 or 25 weapons.
Yes, sir.
And you know kind of what you got as far as any kind of, what kind of weapons you may have?
I'm pretty much, yes, sir.
And I know you might not remember them all, but can you kind of run down what you, for us, kind of what you had, what you got, you know, right there?
That I own or that's in there now?
That you own.
All right. That I own.
That's in there, you know, or wherever they're at.
And, you know, I mean, Paul has guns scattered all over the place. So, you know, some of our guns aren't there. But, so you want to know all of them, or you want to know what I think is in my house? Or what was in my house on Monday?
Yeah, what was in your house? Let's start with what was in your house on Monday.
Okay, whatever was in my house on Monday is exactly what was there, minus one shotgun that I got, that y'all got.
Okay.
No guns have been moved for, you know, there hadn't been any guns moved in and out of there other than when Paul was home. You know, when Paul came home, he would ride around and shoot hogs a lot.
What would he shoot hogs with?
You know, I mean, primarily he would shoot them with Buster's gun. Because
Okay.
Paul had a 300 blackout.
Okay.
And it got, he says it got stolen. And it's been gone for some time.
What did he say Paul liked to do?
To this repeating what the tape says. The jury can hear the tape. And just stopping and repeating exactly what Mr. Murdaugh says on the tape.
This witness was actually present, and while there is a recording, he's also fair to relate to the jury what he heard being present for that very conversation.
I overruled the objection.
Thank you.
Oh, the judge really likes siding with the state on this one.
Let me ask the question again. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that Paul liked to do?
Ride around and shoot hogs.
And what did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that the weapon was he used to do that?
He used his brother's 300 blackout.
So he would use his brother's blackout a lot of times.
So Buster also had a 300?
I gave them both one.
Okay. When was that?
About years ago.
Okay. More than a year ago,
More than a year ago.
Okay.
All right, so, but he would do anything. Paul had this, like a little light that I used that night. Paul would take that thing up to, by 308, and I mean, he was always rigging something. So. Sometimes shotguns, when he would go try to kill the hogs, because, the piglets would be grouped up, but normally he would have a rifle when he went to shoot the pigs. So,
Love it.
So going back to the guns, y'all want me to tell y'all what was in there? Or don't y'all, have an inventory?
I videoed that the thing. I didn't write down everything that you had. I just took a random, just like a recording of what was on the gun rack or on the gun wall in the gun room that day.
And there are some more guns that aren't in that gun room. I don't know how many, but
okay.
like I do know there's a shotgun in my bedroom.
And I think Miss Agent Katie, walked with John and saw that one.
Okay, and I imagine there's probably some in some other rooms. I know that. I think it was we have two gun cases, one small one and one big one, and I moved some guns from the little case to the big case just because, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
This time, could I request a brief break?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for about 10 minutes.
Good timing. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Thank you.
skip ahead.
And we're picking.
Yeah, we're
Thank you,
almost
Your Honor.
caught up.
For the record, we're resuming with the publishing of Stacy 7243, and we're picking up at 36 minutes and 15 seconds in the video. I'm actually going to back it up 10 seconds just since we took a break.
You know, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
Would those guns have been in the room, in the gun room when we came up there with John?
I can't remember exactly when y'all came, but probably. I think y'all came a little bit, because it was a good while before y'all came.
Interesting.
You had earlier shown some body cam footage of your search of the gun room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, that day on June 8th, 2021, did agents also go to other areas of the residence to look for any other firearms that fit the description or fit the caliber of the two weapons from the murder scene?
Yes, sir, they did.
And by two weapons, I should say two calibers from the murder scene.
Yes, sir.
And that would be 300 blackout and 12 gauge.
That is correct.
All right. So ultimately, these weapons that were seized, those are the only ones recovered matching those two calibers.
That is correct.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was probably 2 o'clock or so that afternoon before we got there.
Now, did y'all keep any guns out at the kennels?
We didn't keep guns out there, but there were always guns out there.
Okay.
You know? I mean, and I'm going to be honest with you, we were all a little bit bad about it, but Paul was the worst. You know, he was the worst.
He would leave a gun out there?
He would leave anything anywhere. And, you know, it was not unusual for there to be guns out there.
Now, here's something interesting. He just said Paul was the worst, Paul was the worst. Now, a lot of people might hear this and say, oh, how dare he talk like that about his dead son. Now, here's the thing. If he was actually guilty of killing them, I would suspect he would be very careful in trying not to look as if he has any disrespect towards the son or stuff like that. But he's not being cautious because I don't think he's lying right now. I think he's pretty much being as honest as possible and being straight up with the cops. Yeah.
Did y'all take the
But, like, I can tell you that, I mean, they told me that a 300 blackout was used in this. That 300 blackout, you know, it was not out there.
So y'all didn't use that for target practice, or he didn't have it out there with him on Monday?
No.
Okay, no, that's right, because it was in the house.
What did the defendant tell you about whether or not there was a 300 blackout present at the kennels on the night of the murders?
He said it was not out there.
So Paul said that one was stolen or lost, and it was some time ago. Was that reported anywhere?
It wasn't officially reported because I wasn't totally convinced it was stolen.
Okay.
You know, as opposed to lost. But, I mean, you know, there was people told about it.
Yeah.
I know that I told John Bedingfield about it. I know that I told some other local officers about it, you know, just in case it turned up in a drug thing.
Okay.
But I didn't do an official report.
Okay.
The two that you bought for the boys, that each one of them had one, and the one Paul lost, is that the only ones that you have?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I thought that Paul got another one replaced, but Buster said we didn't. But I was certain that we did. mean, my memory is it's been gone for a substantial while, too.
After all that long pause, what did Alec Murdaugh, the defendant over there, tell you about the third blackout?
To his memory, it had been gone for a substantial amount of time, too.
Do you remember anything about them as far as were they the same colors?
They were identical except for colors.
Okay. Which one was Buster's?
Buster's the one we still have. Paul's the one that lost his.
Okay. What were the two colors?
Black and tan. Buster's is black, Paul's was tan.
Okay. And you say you thought you replaced it after he lost it with another one, but Buster says you didn't?
I believe that we did.
Okay.
I mean, there'll be a record of that, won't it?
Should be, yes, sir.
I know we replaced it.
And his answers, for the most part, don't seem to be too hesitant. Doesn't seem to be trying to cover his ass too much.
You know, I wouldn't. I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace it again. Maybe I just think that now. I don't know. But I'm certain we replaced it.
Have you talked to CB Rowe since Monday or Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we talked about what he had done on the farm. Have y'all, is he still employed?
He's still employed because I got to have somebody keeping it clean. But I mean, I can't keep him. I mean, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
And you know, I told you, I don't know why that story seemed important to me the other night.
Yeah.
I really can't see CB Rowe doing. I just can't. I really do not believe that.
Well, I mean, it's an odd story.
It's a messed up story.
And, you know, and I'm just, being in law enforcement for so long and working these type cases, and I don't know the Arlington area, but talking to Colleton County and seeing the property and how isolated it is, finding somebody that's just going to randomly come up there that late at night that doesn't know the property, you know, it's
possible.
So of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random. You feel like it's intentional. I mean, planned.
I don't know what to feel right now.
That's a good response. This is a pretty confusing case.
I hate to say that. I don't know what to feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
All of the evidence that we collected Tuesday morning, and we collected additional evidence on Tuesday afternoon. They've collected evidence at autopsy today. So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. You know, we're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, a DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed. So, you know.
We don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
There's no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, you know, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude. And, I mean, he was like a little detective. And I mean, Paul would, you know, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
No. But now you have my attention.
Let's go back to Paul right quick while we're on him. So we have his phone. Do you know his passcode?
I don't. And I'm gonna tell you this right now.
Never tell your parents your
I can
password.
point you to,
Yeah.
but I can tell you that he was super, super, super secretive with that. I mean, cell phone. I asked his brother if he knew it. Did the ones that they got the other day didn't work?
Did y'all get any the other day?
Not for Paul's phone. No.
Okay. I know they got Maggie's code.
I know
network.
Maggie's.
Yeah.
And it works, or it worked.
Yeah.
I've not gotten it, but there's a lot of people out moving parts that may have gotten that information. So we'll follow up on it. If you believe somebody gave us a code for Paul's, or a possible code for Paul's.
You know, maybe it was Maggie's. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll find out. I will try to find out Paul's code.
Okay.
But it will surprise me greatly if somebody knows it.
I mean, certainly, talking about the investigation, certainly we're looking at every angle, trying to figure out what fits. And we're talking to, people that were involved in the boat case. We're trying to track down people that Paul knew and were friends with. That's why I asked who he was in Charleston with, so we can go try and see if they might know something or try to figure something out. We're trying to get into his phone to see if there's any information, see if he got like a direct threat from somebody there. I mean, the people that are here are not the only ones working on this.
Don't the cops have a way to get into somebody's phone?
I mean, we're trying to pull everything in. Just the area, Arlington, unfortunately, there's not a lot of people moving around. I mean, I've got somebody looking at videos right now back at the office, combing through hours of videos that we've gone out and collected.
Well, thank y'all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So,
Mr. Allen.
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me Alec. Thank you for that courtesy.
When you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared, and you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down? Or before you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you was going to your
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So, and just trying to narrow down, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper?
Yes, sir.
Asked the defendant, when was the last time he saw Maggie and Paul? What did he tell you?
When he was eating supper.
Did he contradict it anywhere?
Until you came back from your mom's and found what you found.
Alex probably told you all this. He did check for a pulse.
Yes. Right, and that's why we want to do the DNA. Right.
I don't know.
Yes.
When you tried to turn Paul over, do you know if you tried to turn him like towards the kennels or away from the kennels? And his phone fell out.
Away. I think I turned him away.
Okay. Was he left-handed or right-handed?
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
I mean, usually in his hand. But
The defendant was asked during this interview where Paul normally kept his phone. What did he say?
Usually in his hand.
I mean, it was, it was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone?
Interesting.
Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir. Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that.
I believe with consent of the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
What just happened?
You want me to dig them up?
And David, I'm gonna forward you this code. Maybe you don't want me to do it like that, but
Okay.
Oh, I get what happened. We caught up to real time almost. That's weird.
Maybe it was Maggie's. I don't.
Okay.
But I'll find out. I will try to find out Paul's code.
Okay. Or away from the kennels. And his phone fell out.
Away. I think I turned him away.
Okay. Was he left-handed or right-handed?
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
I mean, usually in his hand.
I wish they would make left-handed phones, because if I want to unlock my phone, I have to use my right hand, but I'm a lefty. So what I usually do is I use this finger to unlock my phone, and it's really inconvenient.
But
The defendant was asked during this interview where Paul normally kept his phone. What did he say?
Usually in his hand.
I mean, it was, it was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone? Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir. Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
The defense would be smart to ask to end the day after this, so that tomorrow they can probably spend the entire day on cross, because it's gonna take probably the entire day.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that, somehow I had that presence of mind that I needed to not mess anything up. And so I tried not to.
And you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy.
Not hard.
And sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
You asked the defendant about the traumatic picture that he saw of Paul and Maggie. What did he say?
It's just so bad. I did him so bad.
I did him so bad.
Yes, sir.
Come on. You're gonna. Oh yeah, there he is. He admitted he did it. No, he didn't. Of course, it's just a grieving father breaking down, mixing his words up. Scummy ass motherfucker. Come on.
He's such a good boy, too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But you know, the little things that we've
I
got
understand.
is necessary so that we can get a little better picture as to you know, to what may have happened.
Well, I just thank y'all for everything. You know, my in-laws, my parents, my in-laws, I would like somebody to update me or my brother or somebody so that I can tell them as y'all discover things. Unless there's some reason y'all don't do that.
Well,
I mean, they just have so many questions.
I understand, and
I mean, they may even, well, no, they don't.
well, I mean, how I know Maggie's mother just had a knee replacement. How was their health overall, other than that?
You know, they're ailing a little bit. They're getting on up there. Daddy has some neuropathy, but I mean, they're in good physical health. They're in good, you know, their fortitude is good. They're just, you know, they're just getting age on them, you know?
Yes, sir. Are they in Somerville or are they at the house on Moselle?
No, they didn't. They lived in Somerville.
Okay.
But they're here now.
Oh, they're here in this house?
No, they're in Moselle.
Okay. Because, I mean, I'll go by and speak with them and meet with them. If you think that would help. Or...
I think that would help a tremendous amount if you would just be willing to just...
Again, if I was guilty of murder and knowing that I was guilty of murder, I would not be so enthusiastic about investigators going and questioning my dead wife's parents. I would be a little bit hesitant. Well, could this screw me? Could this not screw me? And yet he is completely enthusiastic about this idea because they have so many questions, and he just seems like he honestly just wants them to have answers because it's his responsibility to provide them the answers.
Sit down and let them, I mean, you know, hearing from me and John Marvin and Danny and whoever, what little tidbits y'all get, I just, you know what, I think it would give them peace of mind to know that y'all got a team of people out there on it.
Yes, sir.
And you know, just to really have something, you know, a tangible person instead of being told.
You got a contact number for them?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get that.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
And I know if y'all have the phone, y'all can
You're talking about the tower itself.
Yeah.
Her mom and dad are just such good people. I mean, they're just
Doing all
wonderful
that, some of the
people.
other guys are back at the
Love her
office.
so much, and
Everybody we can deal with.
it really would make them feel good.
What are their names?
A lot of technical.
My father-in-law's name is Terry.
But yes, we
My mother-in-law's name is Kennedy,
can also get
and they're Brandstatters. and my sister-in-law, who in her
Spell Brandstetter for me.
Branstetter, and then my sister-in-law, who was closest to Maggie in the whole world, is Marion Proctor. And her husband is Bart Proctor. And they live in Charleston.
Do you have a contact number for any?
I know their numbers.
Okay.
843.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to video with consent of the defense just so that that number is not broadcast.
Good idea. And of course the defense are gonna agree. Duh.
Someone that my life depended on it. I couldn't tell anybody, my mother-in-law or father-in-law.
I'm telling you, man, I've been the luckiest person in the world with in-laws. I mean, they are wonderful.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's my in-laws that I like, it's my wife's in-laws I don't.
There you go.
Let me grab a piece of paper, I'll be right back.
Here's Will's Chapman's number. Okay.
Mute it because another contact number is given, I believe, with consent of the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Move along, please.
You want me to dig them up?
And David, I'm gonna forward you this contract. Maybe you don't want me to do it like that, but
Okay.
someone sent me Will's Chapman's
Hold on a
number.
minute,
I
please.
just gave it. Contact information. Yeah, I think it's just the phone number. Yeah, all I got was the phone number.
All right, so we have victim's advocate, Miss Marion Walker.
Thank you.
That's her cell number.
Thank you.
There's some information for you on the back. In the Victims Advocate Program, they help with different things. I think more specifically, what would be more beneficial, especially for you and Buster, is some counseling down the road, grief counseling.
You know, I do some assistant solicitor's work.
Yeah.
So, you know,
You're familiar with it.
familiar with the thing. But thank you so
Yes, sir.
much.
Discussion about victim's advocate. What did Mr. Burr tell you about his career?
That he did.
That he's
some,
familiar
assistant
with it
solicitor,
because
work, and he was familiar with the program.
And again, what is an assistant solicitor?
He's a prosecutor which prosecutes criminal offenses.
Okay. Criminal prosecutor?
Yes, sir.
basically a scumbag. You know those guys who prosecute criminals, like the prosecutor? Why is he trying to throw shade on prosecutors? I don't get it.
I know y'all planned out the funeral today. When is the funeral?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all have
Well,
visit.
we're doing a service tomorrow Maggie and Paul aren't going to be ready until next week. So we're doing a service tomorrow, and then we're going to have a private family thing one day next week.
Okay. Are y'all doing anything tonight? Because I can run by and talk to Terry and Kennedy tonight.
I think the sooner you can come and talk to them, the peace of mind that would really help them.
Okay.
That's convenient for you. So we're out at the house tonight, but and if for some reason they go back early because of the service tomorrow, that they may be staying tonight, they may not be, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All of their cousins and family on the Branstetter side and the Hubbard side is coming in from Kentucky. And so they may be going back to stay with them.
Okay.
I'll find out and call you. I think you called me.
Yes, sir.
On this date of this interview on June 10th, 2021, to your knowledge, had there been another death in the family?
At this point, it had not.
Okay. Was there one not long after this?
Yes, it was.
And who died?
Mr. Alex's father.
And what was his name?
Randolph.
He lost everybody.
Jim's got my number.
Okay.
I gave him my phone.
I'll find out and call you in just a minute.
Okay.
What, did he murder all of them? Like, what's going on here? What, again, what's the implication?
All right. Do you have any other questions that I might be able to answer right now that we hadn't gone over?
No, sir.
As soon as I get something, and if it's okay with you, John Marvin asked me to go through him.
That's fine.
So I'm not bothering you in case you're doing something. What time is the service tomorrow?
12 o'clock.
Okay. Where is that going to be?
Hampton.
What, at the church or?
It's Graveside.
Okay. So if I get something around that time, I won't bother you. I'll wait 1:30 and.
If you get anything important, you can call me anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
That doesn't sound like somebody who's trying to avoid accountability.
Are you going to publicize the service, or is it just going to be for family and friends?
No, sir. It's going to be, it's going to be open, but I got TC and those making sure I don't want any press anywhere near.
Yeah.
So,
that makes perfect
they
sense.
Deserve to be near.
They're going to make sure, in the town of Hampton that, there's no press.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all got my numbers.
I think you said with that phone, it'll take a while.
I'm gonna go check on it. Y'all go back in the house. When it's done, I'll bring it to you.
Let me do the.
Oh, the buckle, yes. Let's do the buckle swab right quick.
You can sit where you at, Alex. And I'm
They
gonna
brought it
stay
up
outside.
all the way at the end, so he won't refuse.
The buckle.
There was a question asked about, do you think he's through with that phone? What were they talking about?
Mr. Alex's phone, which he had given to us to do a download on.
And who was doing that download again?
Dylan Hightower.
And that was occurring while this interview was going on?
Yes, sir.
Now you're discussing the buckle swab, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
The buckle swab, yeah.
Do I need to spit out my tobacco?
Hilarious. Do I need to spit out my tobacco?
I'm doing the consent now.
That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and where's your gloves at?
You didn't grab gloves?
I did not, but I know one of these vehicles has got gloves. I'm not in mine.
Doesn't seem like he's trying to avoid the cops in any way whatsoever.
For the record, at this point in the video, we're at 1 hour and 2 minutes. What happens next? What if anything, are you about to do?
Not even to buy time.
Fixing the glove up. I'm going to secure the cotton swabs, the sterile cotton swabs, and getting ready to do the buckle swab.
And who do you do the buckle swab of?
On Alex Murdaugh.
And the person you've been describing as Alex, the person you interviewed, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Damn it, sorry, didn't mute on time. My
Sitting
bad.
at the defense table with the, looks like navy blue blazer on.
can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? Thank you. I'm going to show you real quick what's been marked as State's Exhibit 157 and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the buccal swab which I collected from Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Did it say guilty on it?
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's 157 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
The defense said that that no DNA evidence ties him to the actual crime. Let's see if this actually true.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll object.
And they're not objecting
Buccal
to
swab you took that day,
it
it's
in
on
any
the
way.
video.
Yes, sir, it is.
After that, where did that buccal swab go?
It was turned over to crime scene and went to the lab for testing.
And is it general practice with any sort of evidence like this to secure it from any tampering while it's turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the writing on the back of this evidence slip, whose writing is that?
That would be David Owen, and he collected by Jeff Croft.
No, thank you. Show you what's been marked as States 218, States 219, States 220, and just generally see if you recognize those particular documents.
Yes, sir, I do.
And generally, what are those?
Property receipts for items that were seized during the searches at the residence.
That you previously described to this jury?
Yes, sir.
Firearms evidence and the like?
That is correct.
Your Honor, this time the State would move 218, 219, and 220 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Why didn't he get him back then?
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156, and I'm going to get you to pull out your, in fact, though, if the clerk, y'all have a pair of scissors I could borrow real quick? All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156, and I'm going to ask you, if you could, to open the sealed pouch at the top so we can see what's inside, if you could, please. I'm going to ask you to hold on to that one. I ask you to return these back into that pouch if you could, please. All right, I'm going to put 156 on this particular exhibit, and can you tell the jury, if you recognize that, what that is, please?
That is the buccal swab that was collected from Rogan Gibson.
Who collected that buccal swab?
I did.
Did Rogan consent to that buccal swab?
He did.
And did you secure it from any tampering and turn it over to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would move states 156 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
You're admitted, or it's admitted without objection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 155. Identification at this time, see if you recognize this particular item.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me generally what that is, please.
It's a property receipt for the buccal swab that we took, or I took from Mr. Alexander Murdaugh.
And that's the one from the video that has been played for the jury?
Yes, sir, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I move states 155 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Submitted.
Is this going out outside the court?
Straight direct examination of Senior Special Agent Crawl.
Ooh, nice.
And I think we will call it a day.
Yeah, good
Start at
decision.
9:30 tomorrow morning.
So tomorrow
Please
will
do
be
not
the
discuss the
cross,
case.
which will be equally long, at least, I hope.
Are there any matters we need to address before the recess? All right, we'll be in recess till 9:30.
Yeah, so